Good morning. Good morning. So jump into things here. So we have the indices mixed today across the board. They are, the spine cues are under a little bit of pressure this morning, slipping on the back of obviously some announcements, post announcements from Trump. Right now you do have small caps leading the charge to the upside. The IWM is green on the session by about 0.34%. In the pre-market, SPY you can see closed at 592.63, falling a little bit to that lower boundary consolidation here on the 5-minute chart. If we look at a little bit of a larger time frame of SPY, SPY is trying to actually do a bit of a peekaboo breakout on the hourly chart, and if this pattern breaks out on the hourly chart, we have a fairly substantial large hourly chart inverse head and shoulders. Good morning, Manatee. Good morning, Sarfraz. Good morning, Bart. Thank you all for joining in. Hopefully the background music isn't too loud and the microphone comes through clearly. So overall, we're looking at SPY here, and SPY is at the upper boundary consolidation range. It has broken out of a little bit of a near-term wedge pattern. Let me clean up some of these support and resistance lines. So you can see this downsloping trend line, this upsloping trend. SPY clearly broke out of its hourly chart wedge pattern, which is very, very bullish. I still have intraday upside in SPY. Obviously, yesterday we did trigger a bit of an inverse head and shoulders pattern intraday. You can clearly see that on the 5-minute chart down here. And then one could argue you had another one that broke out of this neckline here. So the question is, to fulfill this 594 upside, which I think could happen today, do we retrace to that neckline and then continuation, or are the bulls just going to press us higher right off of the open? I think the fact that you're seeing Tesla pushing here, that's one of the stocks that often leads the market in terms of risk. It is pushing higher here in the pre-market, so it's diverging. Good to know that we are still swinging our Tesla long from yesterday. So that is a beautiful, beautiful trade that we have. So I love the fact that Tesla is going to be one of our first wins in the morning. So I'm super, super happy about that. And Tesla, you can see that it is running slightly into this near-term resistance. If we zoom out here on the smaller chart, Tesla's got this upsloping trend line. Okay. So that one is trying to make a run for, I would say, this previous little gap liquidity zone, bearish consolidation, but I still think it's going to pierce that level, and then we may see a little bit of selling, profit taking off of the open. But I like the fact that we're long and strong off of that 336.34 zone, banking just about $10 on the trade. So I'm very, very happy about that one. But I think SPY is likely going to press higher today. I really, really do. So any sort of a dip, I think we can look to enter some calls or just common shares if you want to reduce your risk. So we do have a few things popping on the pre-market movers list. Dollar General is one of them. Shares are surging after better than expected earnings and improved outlook. Automakers like GM, Ford, Stellantis are under pressure following President Trump's announcement to double U.S. steel tariffs. Palantir hit a new record high. Let's just look at some of these tickers here. PLTR. PLTR obviously trying to press higher here. Also looking fairly strong. Let's look at NVDA. NVIDIA also gapping up here, leading the charge to the upside. So notice how NVIDIA gave back all of that earnings pop, retested right into that 7-day moving average. Now it's getting a catapult and jolt much, much higher. Obviously, we are long with members via NVIDIA calls, which are nicely up on our portfolio. So that's one of the trades we issued. You have had the Qs go briefly positive here in the pre-market, so that's a bullish sign right now. Let's look at Apple to see what Apple's doing. Apple's also green in the session. I think this is another one that could absolutely fly and break out. The resistance that I'm looking at on Apple is really going to be this little trend line pivot zone. So a little pivot high here, pivot high. This is kind of your little fake breakout. Retest forming a higher low. And this does appear to be potentially forming maybe what's called an ascending triangle. So I think once we clear this 202.70 zone, Apple's probably going to try to retest this gap fill. Not today, but Apple I could see easily hitting around 206, 205 today based off of this potential pattern. Okay. And then my other upside, if Apple actually triggers this bigger inverse head and shoulders pattern, you can clearly see here. Beautiful, beautiful. We have a clear defined neckline that is shaping up here. So I'm expecting the neckline on Apple probably this week to be tested. So that could be around 208, 207.50. So I'm still leaning very, very bullish on this overall market. Okay. Let's look at Dollar General since that is popping in the pre-market here. DG, ticker DG. Yeah, absolutely flying 106.68. Let's take a peek at the pre-market zone here. See what we hit for a high. Just going to flip this to the extended hours. So we're pretty much trading at the high for DG on pre-market. That's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So let's flip back to our regular trading session and see where we're into. Yeah, look at this massive, massive gap. Wow. DG is now looking to press for this upper boundary gap around 123.33. That's pretty substantial. That's a very, very impressive zone that we need to watch for. So I actually might consider going long on DG today. If we get a pullback, you can see we're into, if you get a back test of this pivot here, call it 101.21, that's your buy zone. You can see this previous little support zone, which is now resistance. If we get a back test on DG, that could be an opportunity to press it into this 123 gap, okay? That's kind of what I'm looking for. I don't like to chase it right at the highs, so I'm more inclined to wait for a little bit of a pullback, but that's where I would look to potentially buy it, okay? All right, let's see some of these other names. We got Constellation Energy, so ticker CEG, also popping quite substantially right into a previous pivot high here. This actually might be a bit of a scalp short, guys. Double top, piercing of the double top. I quite like it. So what is it popping? It's not popping off of earnings. It's popping off of a news-based announcement. So Constellation Energy shares surged 14% after 20-year deal with Meta to supply 1.1 gigawatts of power, ensuring reactor operations through 2047. So I love these type of announcements. One of the reasons why I like trading some of these news-based events is because often these moves don't stick. Look at this move that CEG went through. Riding that 7-day moving average to the high side. So one of the reasons I like trading this is because often investors, the exclusive investors, already know the news before it happens. So I think that this move was likely already forecasted by a lot of investors. Insiders were probably buying, and I think that it actually opens up a potential short zone for for us to actually play. So I think that if we let it pierce this previous double top zone, there's going to be an opportunity to short. Let me work out an exact level. Just give me a moment here. So yeah, the level that I'm looking at here on CEG, I want to see how it opens with the RSI count. Ultimately, the swing trade probability is probably going to about, call it almost 400, 395, but that won't happen today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of consecutive upside. That's a nice potential short. But it's one that I won't hold. I'll just be in and out. Yeah, you see that's a strong ticker still. Very strong. All right, so probably a pierce of double top, call it 351, 352 on CEG. I'm just going to write that down because that is on watch. I do like that setup. CEG short. Pierce of double top. All right, let's keep scrolling through our pre-market mover list. So we have Ferguson Enterprises, FERG. Yeah, that one's also breaking out of potential inverse head and shoulders. Very bullish, looking to press that gap. I don't really see a trade unless you get a little bit of a pullback to buy it for an upside move into this 217.95 gap. So realistically, if you got a pullback into, call it 187, these previous little pivot highs, you could look for a long trade, but that's really a no touch for me. I would only be inclined to short it if it went into its gap fill, that liquidity zone. VSCO, that one's under a bit of pressure this morning. It was up in the pre-market, now it's actually down. This one's about to get a bearish crossover, guys, of its key. Look at this bearish crossover. This might actually be a short. This is probably a short today into its gap fill here. You can clearly see that it has broken. The only thing is that this market, I'm expecting it to do well today. You can see it's breaking this trend line, getting a bearish cross over the 7 and 20. So VSCO is likely a short. Let's look at VST, Vistra Corp. It was popping up over 5%. Another one into its gap window. So notice the trend. You have a lot of stocks heading into these massive liquidity gap zones. So that's something that leads me to be very bullish in this market. You're seeing very similar setups. A lot of stocks are trying to fill these massive liquidity zones. A lot of stocks. Shark Ninja. I don't think I've ever traded that. I don't even know what that is. SN. Oh, that's a pretty tight bull flag looking to press higher. Just have to do a volume check on that name. It's pretty small volume. Pins. Let's look at pins. Any other tickers you guys want me to look at, feel free to put it in the chat and we can do a quick analysis of it. Alright, pins is actually breaking out to the high side. Look at this bullish little pattern. A nice little inverse. Look at this technical pullback right on that 20-day moving average. And now it's popping right off of this bull flag. So that's a very strong chart on pins. Very strong. So you can see that we're right into this resistance neckline, pivot high to pivot high. So right at that 33.20 resistance, but that stock, wow. You have an inverse head and shoulders, a beautiful clean one. You have a bull flag pattern. That is pretty stunning. That is pretty stunning. So keep that one on watch for a swing trade, guys. Pinterest. Ticker PINS. And you break out of this little flag pattern here. That's suggesting an upside of 43 and change. That's a very strong chart, guys. I would highly suggest keeping that. And notice on the weekly chart, you're getting that bullish crossover very shortly in the next couple weeks, which is entailing an upside move. So that 7-week moving average is starting to press and curl to the upside. Almost very similar to what we did here, and we had that big catapult higher. So this is going to be a strong name today. I think pullbacks will be bought on pins as long as the market remains firm. Let's look at the Qs here quickly. Yeah, QQQ daily chart, very strong, also trying to break out of this bull flag pattern. I'm just going to go to the pre-market data here. Yeah, Qs want to break out as well. You know, 4 hours of consecutive upside. A lot of people are going to be inclined to short this, but I don't see a real short until we sweep this liquidity high here. So I think that we're going to get a liquidity sweep of this high reversal on the Qs. So that's around 526.64. Paul's asking if we can take a look at a few things here. Certainly, Paul. All right, first on Paul's list, Oklo, OKLO. I remember when you mentioned this one a few days ago, Paul, and it absolutely flew. Yeah, Oklo is going to make new highs here. Riding that 7-day moving average, it's very, very strong. Very, very strong. Yeah, so I think Oklo is going to sweep this high pivot liquidity, so call it a move over 57.50. It's hard to chase the gap up. You know, I'm not really one to chase gap ups unless you get a meaningful pullback. It's not really in my strategy and wheelhouse, but it is one that looks like it's going to sweep that liquidity high. So Oklo does look fairly decent here for a long trade, a continuation, at least on the swing side. Let's look at INOD for Paul. Wow, another strong gap up. Relative strength breakout here. Continuation move after a high volume green candle yesterday. One could argue that you have triggered an inverse head and shoulders here. You got that bullish crossover of the short-term key moving averages here. Take a look at that little bullish cross that occurred a few days ago of the 7 and the 20 right in that zone. That's beautiful. Yeah, this one's probably heading higher. Swing trade long if you want to buy a pullback on this name. That's very, very, very good risk to reward ratio. You know, the upside target of INOD is roughly going to be, call it 58 bucks. Just a quick little move. So I would consider getting long on this name if we got a pullback. I don't know if the pullback's going to happen, but if we got a pullback, call it into 42 bucks, maybe a pierce of 42 bucks, that would look very, very interesting for sure. All right, Unity also looking to press higher. It hasn't completely filled that 28-26 gap yet, so I'm probably expecting it to do that in the coming sessions. This one's just a little bit elevated from its 7-day moving average, so I'd be a little bit cautious about that. Okay. I'm just picking through your list. Let's look at HIMS. That one's obviously a high flyer. Yeah, HIMS is looking very strong for continuation. So clearly a bull flag pattern here. You've had a nice pullback right into that 20-day moving average. you're starting to get that bullish crossover again, which actually happened on Friday. You got a bullish cross of the, excuse me, the 7 and the 20. This one's likely going higher. Another one that is probably a decent long trade if you buy on pullbacks, small pullbacks, whether we get that or not. And then the nice thing is that you kind of have a defined risk. You know, if you want to use your stop loss at the low of these pivots here, or any sort of a loss of the 7-day moving average here at 54.40 is key. But this one's likely going to go make new highs, at least sweep and fill this gap. So that one could probably be bought on pullbacks today. Let's see what else we have here on Paul's list, and then we'll jump to JP. Good morning, JP. Let's do ticker. All right, we'll do lemonade, LMND. LMND is actually pushing here, fairly strong on the session. So this one's tough. I see that you are trying to break out. I definitely see that for sure. But you're into a whole host of consolidation here. So this zone is where a lot of chop, I mean multiple weeks of chop occurred. So you have a ton of resistance there. Realistically, a ton of resistance in this zone. It's a tough one for me to actually go long on because there is a ton of resistance. I would need to see this develop a little flag pattern, kind of chew, see some accumulation patterns while holding this potential breakout, and then I think we could go long. All right, soybean futures. Let's see if we can find the chart. Are you looking at a TSX stock? What are you looking at? The actual futures of soy? JP? No problem, Paul. You're welcome. Yeah, soy's got a bearish crossover here. We're looking at soybean futures for JP. Soybean futures have got a bearish cross of the 7 and 20. I would be very careful of soybean futures. Oh, you're not looking at soy? SPY. Oh, I should have picked that up. Never mind, we're looking at SPY for JP, not soy. I thought that was a weird ticker for you to ask. I was like, I didn't know you were a soybean future trader. I'm not even a soy trader. Not many people are. All right, we're looking at SPY. We're looking at SPY here. Yeah, like I said, SPY is looking exceptionally bullish. A lot of people are going to try to short this hourly chart move because we have had how many green candles in a row here on the hourly chart? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would not short this. I would not short this. You know, we had an opportunity when we came up into this pivot and we sold off pretty sharply. Now we're retesting that pivot off of a higher low and it's looking strong. I mean, this chart is broken out in intraday charts, 5 minutes, 15-minute charts. You're testing this wide range red bar pivot, which has kept you in check for quite a long time. But I think we've accumulated enough shares in this zone that we're going to press higher. You're seeing Tesla firm up. You're seeing NVDA trying to push back for its earnings highs. It's recovered that pre-earnings gap. So it's looking very strong and bullish, this market. I'm more inclined to calls. I have an upside target today of about, call it 595. The inverse head and shoulders intraday is giving us a target of around 594.30, but I think we can easily blast through that. Don't be surprised if SPY tries to make new all-time highs very soon in the next few weeks. Obviously, we're waiting on potentially, there's always a news-based event like Trump could threaten something, but technically speaking, these markets are looking exceptionally bullish in my opinion. So this hourly chart inverse head and shoulders is right at that neckline. You can see this left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right at the neckline. Will we break out today? Time will tell. I think that the markets may try to close us near the highs of this session today. Okay. No problem, no problem. All right, let's scroll through a couple other things here. So BTC Bitcoin is trying to also break out of an inverse head and shoulders intraday, but this one's looking a little bit weaker. You know, you've got that bearish crossover of the 7 and 20, which is signifying some downside. This could be setting up a potential head and shoulders pattern. Okay, so we have to be mindful that BTC is going through a little bit of a distribution phase. Very interesting to see that the stock market's kind of more inclined to press higher here, as BTC is looking like it wants to go down. But we'll see. It could obviously recapture things if this inverse head and shoulders breaks out. Okay, intraday pattern is looking much, much better than the daily chart pattern on BTC. We're looking at XYZ for JP. So yeah, XYZ is one of my bullish setups. Obviously, I've been calling this out for now probably at least 2 weeks. We are long and strong XYZ. And XYZ is gapping up today sharply. I mean, it's making a new little pivot high breakout here. The only concerning thing that XYZ is into, so XYZ is testing some resistance. You had this multi-day bear flag here around the $63 level with this pivot high resistance around 63.52, but it's looking strong for a continuation move higher. I'm still bullish. I still see much, much further upside. You've triggered a bit of this inverse head and shoulders pattern on the daily. One could also justify a nice little bull flag pattern that broke out to the upside. The short-term 7 is looking very strong in a strong ascent. The 20 moving average is looking like it's curling to the upside. So I remain tactfully bullish on this name. And if we just, again, upside target in terms of swing trading levels, we're looking at an upside target of around 74 bucks. I'm writing $70 calls with a couple different expirations. We are long, we are strong, we're making money on those. So I still like this name definitely to press higher in the near term. So keep your eye on XYZ for that swing because it is pressing higher here, up 3.32%. A nice move, a very, very nice move today. Okay. Just scrolling through a couple other things here. So yesterday we swung our gold GLD short overnight. That is working for us. We're up on the trade nicely here. My average from yesterday's day trade is sitting at 310.32. So in terms of gold, where I think it could head to today, I honestly think gold's going to get a sharper pullback, but there is a lot of support for gold. This is in a raging bull market, so day trades should be managed appropriately. If it's a swing trade, I don't like put options on gold right now because it's just been one that's not dipping to key support levels. It's just been getting bought up at every sweep. So that theta is really killing a lot of options. Give yourself a lot of time, which I prefer common shares on this one if you're looking to short it. But nevertheless, our commons are up on the session. I would look to potentially cover my gold short right on this trend line, call it 309.25, maybe a pierce of 309. Okay. So we have about 9 minutes till the open. Let's take a peek at natural gas because that one is one that I've been actually bearish on. Even though yesterday had a phenomenal move, natural gas has been one that's just toying with investors. You can see that it's actually down sharply today, Devin, by about 2.58% after that big move to the upside. A lot of people are expecting natural gas to trigger this inverse head and shoulders because it looks like it's forming. You know, you can see it clearly on this 4-hour chart. It looks like it's forming this inverse head and shoulders, but I'm a little bit skeptical of it. I have natural gas going lower. I think it's going to have to rebalance itself at a pierce of 306. I have a liquidity sweep target down below these wick lows here. I think natural gas is going to stop a lot of investors out after it sweeps this double bottom. That's my ultimate target. And one of the reasons why I think that on the larger term time frame, you got that bearish cross a couple weeks ago of the 7 and the 20 on the weekly chart. Right now, it's just in a bit of a alluring investors pattern. It looks like it's trying to consolidate to press higher, but I'm just skeptical of it. I know natural gas moves wildly, and I really don't like seeing these massive 7-8% bounces off of levels that really aren't that major technical support. If you hit a major technical support and you have a 7-8%, 10% bounce, that's a little bit better, but when you're hitting a level that really isn't you know, that strong and you're getting a 7-8% bounce, that's just manipulation. And I know that happened off of news yesterday. The whole energy market was strong, but nevertheless it's just trying to lure investors in. I do have long targets. You know, if we got to close above 385, that would change my my perspective to more bullish. All right, Anonymous is looking at XBI. Yeah, XBI is looking strong as well, right? So if the market catches a bid, XBI is likely going to press higher. I do like the fact that small caps are kind of leading the charge right now on XBI. Or sorry, I do like the fact that small caps are leading the charge in these indices right now. So XBI is one of those more speculative ones that if small caps are doing well, this will tend to do well as well. You can see that it has potentially trying to test an inverse head and shoulders on the daily. So a swing trade might not be bad on this one. If you're looking at calls, I would say give yourself, you know, 1 to 2 months, maybe 3 months on the clock. Obviously managing a tight stop loss. There's a clear little wedge pattern that you're trying to break out of on the daily chart. This is looking fairly bullish. I actually like this one. I haven't looked at XPN in a while, so I appreciate you bringing that up, Anonymous. Yeah, it's looking very strong actually. Weekly chart, you have that 7-day moving average shaping up. You're into a minor resistance pivot here. If you can clear this pivot, then I do think that there's probably upside to about 90 bucks on XBI. And then obviously if this inverse head and shoulders pattern holds and breaks out and triggers, then you're looking at a, you know, 30% move from the neckline, which puts us at 100 bucks. So that's looking fairly interesting. I appreciate you guys bringing all of the cool tickers to the front here. We are 5 minutes till the open here. In terms of the economic data today, guys, so today's June 3rd. We have factory orders at 10 a.m. We have JOLTS openings at 10 a.m. So look for a little bit of market volatility at 10 a.m. What I think could happen is if we look at SPY, because that's what we'll probably be trading the most today. And SPY is actually slightly negative in the pre-market. So it's probably better to trade the Qs and the Russell on the long side today, because the Qs is holding a little bit more relative strength as opposed to SPY, but I know SPY's just got that volume and a little bit more of that safety behind it. But nevertheless, SPY I think is going to press higher. What I think could happen at 10 a.m. guys with these factory orders is I think we could get a dip, and then that dip is going to get bought up. I really think that could happen. They may try to shake people out of their longs, because I know a lot of people are net long, myself included. But if we get any sort of a dip in this market today off of this 10 a.m. data, that's going to be an area, an opportunity to go long in my opinion. And again, I think 594 calls could probably be pretty juiced today, in my opinion. But we just have to be mindful that there is a chance that the markets could want to retest this neckline. Call it a pullback to about 590. Don't be surprised, right? So right now we have a very strong 594 target, but we're trading at 592. So if we get a pullback to 590, right now the risk to reward, you know, very conservatively, a $2 upside, $2 downside, it's, you know, not really the best risk to reward to just buy up here in my opinion. So I want to wait to see what happens after the market. Obviously we're already holding longs on Tesla, so that name is starting to put us in the money sharply. And I'm actually looking to sell at least half of my Tesla at the open and move my stop loss to in the money. So I'm going to probably put a stop loss on my Tesla trade around, let me just isolate what this is, 340.72 pivot, and I'll probably sell half of my Tesla from yesterday at the open. Oil still looking fairly strong here. WTI is forming a bit of a bull flag on the 4-hour chart, hourly chart. So it's looking like it wants to press higher today and break out. Maybe it retests the highs. I do think oil is also likely a trade that we can accumulate on the long side. Still holding a bit of XOM from yesterday. Still holding a bit of XLE from yesterday after we took some profits on yesterday's trade. Still holding some USO as well, okay? So a couple things right off the open. I'm looking to take profits on my Tesla swing long from yesterday, Tesla day trade. And I'm also looking to close some of my GLD short if we get a flush to 309, call it 309.20. It's very close. But as of now, I'm in the money on my GLD. I'm not going to let that trade go against me. I'll move at the open a stop loss in, at a break-even stop loss around 310.32. Okay? All right, so we have some game plans to take some profits at the open. I'll look today on pullbacks to go long SPY. Long and short CEG, that's one on watch. Maybe I'll look for a continuation on XBI as well for anonymous. And maybe a pullback on OKLO to go long. But I am favoring more bullish price action today. So we'll just have to see how things shape up. So get ready for the open here, guys. 2 minutes and we will be live trading. And feel free, if anyone sees any observations, breakouts, trades, we're here as a collective. More eyes scanning the market allows us to find better opportunities as a whole. I'm not going to see anything. I only have 2 eyes and, a ton of screens. So feel free to scan the market with me. All right, let's flip back to the SPY chart here. I'm going to keep the SPY 5-minute chart on. Yields are soft today, which is a good sign for the markets. All right, here we go. We are open. All right, guys, I just trimmed my Tesla 346.59. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful little gain. 346.59. Nice profits there. I've sold half of my Tesla. I'm moving my stop to 340.72, and we can see how this runs. So that was an $8.59 gain, 2.5% on the trade. SPY is pushing out here. That's good for our 594 calls that we're still riding. I was hoping for a bit of a dip and pullback, but it doesn't seem like we're getting that off of the open. NVDA up 1.1%, Apple up 0.3%, Block is pushing up 3%. Nice job there. AI is up 2%. That's another bullish name. I think that we could easily retest those highs. So SPY still holding strong above that 593.20 level. It's pushing here. Guys, so remember, I have a short level on CEG, ticker CEG. But it has to do a pierce to that double top, a little peekaboo breakout. Let's see what else we have. High volume. NVTS, HIMS up 9% on the session. Google struggling right now, down 0.92%. Oklo up 11% there, eh? And surging. Oklo's piercing that double top, guys. Oklo is piercing that double top. Wow, look at that move. Look at the strength. Oklo is a monster. There could be a bit of a short trade set up here. Pierce of double top. Keep your eye on Oklo. There might be a little bit of a short scalp. If we do a liquidity sweep of those high pivots there. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'll keep my eye on that. Yeah, HIMS is almost up 12%. It's a beast as well. So HIMS, again, we went over that bull flag structure, but wait for this pullback in the market, right? We're getting a bit of profit taking here. A lot of people are trying to chase. This is why you don't chase off the open. We're probably going to get a better entry on SPY. I'm looking at SPY calls as well, guys. I do like SPY calls, but I want to see a dip. I want to see a dip in this market. HIMS is coming into a little bit of a daily chart gap fill here, so there is some minor resistance. I will express that. And you can see on HIMS here, it's approaching this little bit of a downsloping trend line. So there's some resistance here, guys. There might be a short trade on HIMS as well. Let's just see this 15-minute chart. All right, I'm short HIMS here, guys. It's high risk, 64.84, 64.84. I'm short HIMS common shares. 64.84, this is a 1/4 position. 64.84, 1/4 position. I'll add to this trade every dollar. I'm seeing the markets selling off slightly. SPY is still relentlessly strong at the moment. NVDA is seeing a small pullback. Tesla seeing a small pullback, but still very, very strong. All right, HIMS is approaching my second add level. 65.84. I just got filled. 65.84. SPY still holding steady. Energy seeing more downside right now. Oklo still strong. Google down 1.9%, absolutely getting crushed. Google is getting crushed, guys. I do have a long level on Google if we were to fall. Wow, Google's getting absolutely slaughtered here, guys. So I'm looking for a pullback on HIMS into its little gap fill zone. All right, we're in the money on HIMS, guys. We're in the money on HIMS. Look at this pullback on HIMS. Come on, give us more. Give us more. Looking for about $1 on this HIMS trade. My average is sitting at 65.39. It's a 2/4. It's a half position short. SPY is getting that pullback that we discussed, guys. SPY is getting that pullback. Come on, give us more. Tesla's dipping here. We got a lot of profit taking occurring, but I do think that it's brief profit taking. Oklo's getting a pullback. Come on, HIMS, pullback for us. I do have a long trade on Google, but it's a little bit lower. NVIDIA is still holding steady, up 0.54%. HIMS is pushing right back to the highs. Yields are still soft. Gold's down. Alright guys, I covered my GLD from yesterday, 309.17. Profits secured on GLD, 309.17. Profits secured on GLD. That's the day trade position from yesterday. Nice little trade. Another little win. Alright, let's see what HIMS can do here. It's trying to push back up. CEG still holding steady. HIMS, my next ad is 66.84. And then 67.84 would be the final entry. Alright, so this is a tough name. It is friggin' strong today. Very, very strong today. Apple's gone negative. Tesla's still holding steady. Amazon's about to go negative. Meta's taking a breather from yesterday's superb rally. That's down 0.46. Google still under pressure. AMD's down by 0.56%. Bitcoin down by 0.6, but you have the likes of MSTR and Coin still showing positive price. Come on, HIMS. Again, so we're short HIMS. We've taken a whole bunch of profits this morning on the likes of Tesla, gold. Still holding my USO, average 69.10 from yesterday. XLE took a fairly decent dip at the open. SPY's still holding near these highs. I think it's likely going to see a bit more of a pullback, guys. You do have a fair amount of weakness in the likes of Meta and Google. So just be mindful of that. Come on, HIMS, give us a pullback. Netflix is still green, AI's turned red, XYZ has given up the lion's share of its gains. So again, off of this pullback, I'm looking to go long SPY. I'm going to look at 593 and 594 calls, okay? I think there's a strong chance we can still press higher after a little bit more of a rally. Or sorry, after a little bit more of a pullback. The Dixie's gone green. Remember, we have 10 a.m. data, so I would not expect, if this market dips into this 10 for the next 20 minutes into the support zone on SPY, I'm looking to enter long, okay? And we do have a little bit of a buy zone here. I'm going to look at buying into this pivot here. I'd love to see a back test into this 591 zone for an entry to go long. You do have these pivot zones. HIMS still holding steady. Let's look at XBI to see what that's doing. So that's still holding steady up on the session. Still trying to break out on XBI. Very interesting. Take a look at OKLO again. Yeah, that had a sharp pullback. So HIMS HIMS is just not really cooperating. We're at basically break even, slightly green on the trade off of the half position, but I'm looking for about $1 for this to pull back, at least $1. SPY's still holding near the high end of the range. Quite bullish for SPY. Still holding steady. You know, you can see that we're into this minor little resistance pivot zone here. That's where we sold off of the open. Come on, SPY, give us a deeper pullback. I want to get long this market, but I'm just waiting. Netflix has turned red. Apple back to the green side. So far, I'm seeing a lot of stocks that gapped up, they got sold into. HIMS is an exception. This one's still just holding steady, trying to hold this breakout. Big push back up higher on SPY. Guys, a ticker that's looking bullish today, SNPS. SNPS is looking quite bullish today. I'm looking at entering some longs on SNPS. It's trying to break out to the high side. Take a look at this, SNPS. Huge green stick to the upside, breaking out of this little bearish consolidation pattern. It's looking quite bullish. Yeah, pullback at 10 a.m. could happen off of that data, right? Markets are moving up very sharply here. We still have a Dixie that's strong today. I'm hoping for a pullback on that 10 a.m. data. All right, guys, if HIMS dips here, $1, I'm looking at covering the short position. SPY is pushing for another new high of day. This is just remarkably strong. Remarkably strong. It's trying to push for the high of day again. Markets have been open here for almost 15 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun. SPY still trying to hold steady. HIMS is still trying to push. SPY still trying to push. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's, obviously that was a good little exit on Tesla. It's given back a fair amount of those gains. NVDA, but I'm looking for a deeper pullback. NVIDIA is just remarkably strong. Look at that push on NVIDIA, just right back to the highs. QQQ, still holding steady here. IWM is going for another new high of day. Wow, look at IWM trying to break out here, triggering also an inverse head and shoulder. So IWM is approaching this little neckline zone, trying to break out of itself. Very bullish setup there on IWM. HIMS is right back to the highs. Boom, new high of day on HIMS. I just added to my HIMS short 66.86. 66.86 I got filled. That's 3 of 4. My average is 65.90 on this HIMS position. I have one more entry at 67.84, which it looks like it's trying to push there. Come on, SPY, give us a little bit of a pullback. I want to accumulate some longs. Some of our highest volume names, most active: NVIDIA, Tesla, Google, Plug, Palantir, Verizon, Apple, Lucid, Hood, CSX, Google, Intel, Ford, and SoFi. Let's look at Ford. What's happening with Ford today? A little bit of a dip. Let's look at Plug Power. Plug Power seeing a bit of an accumulation today, up 2% on the session. SPY's still trying to lure people in. Remember, we have 10 a.m. data, 2 data sets coming out at 10 a.m. Factory orders and job openings. Those are market moving events. I'm looking for a pullback off the 10 a.m. data. If we get a pullback off 10 a.m. data, I'm looking at increasing my long exposure on SPY. I'm looking at 594 calls on SPY. I'm already writing 594 calls, but I'm looking at increasing my exposure a little bit more. SPY is getting a small pullback here. Apple's looking very strong. Apple's trying to push for another new high of day, trading at 202.24 on Apple. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screens here. NVIDIA up 1.48%. PNXP ripping up 13%. Thanks, Paul, for the observation. We're going for another new high of day. Wow. What a ripper. What a ripper. SPY's still at the high of day. They're really, really pressing this market, trying to build these longs. Core weave up 7%. Gold GLD down about 1.14%. Apple's trying to push. All right, HIMS, we're back to break even on our short. I'm still looking for about $1 downside. My average is sitting here at 66.03. Sorry, 65.92. So I'm looking for a pullback at least to about 64.92. Oklo's almost filled its gap. Let's take a look at Oklo. Yeah, Oklo's is actually coming in hard. Wow, I wish HIMS was like that. That's very intriguing. Very intriguing. So that does open up a bit of a long scalp. All right, Oklo around 52.48 does open up a bit of a long opportunity, guys. I'm just nervous about this data that's coming out very, very shortly. HIMS is starting to fall lower here. Oklo's losing prior day high, so it's below its prior day high. It might actually bust through that gap. There's a lot of people sitting there, Paul, on that Oklo gap. It's an aggressive buy if on Oklo, but I'm looking at another level here. I'm looking at around 52 bucks. I think we might pierce through that liquidity gap. But Oklo around 52 for a long scalp looks fairly interesting, guys. All right, HIMS, we're back in the money on HIMS, HIMS. That's good to see. Very, very good to see. Apple, new high of day. Wow, look at Apple ripping. We absolutely printed on those 205 calls that I'm writing. We're not out of the woodwork yet, but so far they're working. We issued that trade yesterday to our members. SPY's going through a bit of consolidation. All right, guys, I'm going to get ready to cover my HIMS, okay? And what I'm going to do here, as soon as we hit 64.84, I'm looking at covering half of my position, moving stop to break even. So therefore, I'll have some runners on the table in the event that we get a dip in this market, okay? So it's coming in. Come on, give us another little dip. SPY's coming in. Remember, 10 a.m. data, which is in 9 minutes. I'm looking at buying SPY if we retest this 591.18 zone. I'd look to build into a long position. Okay? So right at these two trend lines, these pivots, I'd look at buying into SPY if we get a retest of those zones. Apple's still ferociously strong right now. NVDA 139.70 up 1.7%. Wow, absolutely ripping face. AVGO Broadcom, new all-time highs in Broadcom. That's also ripping face. Our Apple calls are absolutely flying right now. Our 205s, June 6 Apple calls with members. HIMS is approaching my profit target, guys. HIMS is approaching my profit target here. Again, so I'm covering half. and moving stop to break even, so the trade is risk-free. All right, guys, I just covered half of my HIMs there. Moving stop to break even. Beautiful dollar profit. Beautiful dollar profit. All right, so that trade is risk-free, guys. That trade is risk-free. I'm still looking at long exposure. Once we oh, look at HIMs, guys. HIMs on a long trade. HIMs on a long trade. Or sorry, Oklo on a long trade. That one's looking very intriguing. It's given back all of its gains and then some. I'm looking at this trend line on OKLO to enter long. Call it around 50, a Pierce of 51. Pierce of 51 gets me interested on HIMs, guys. Pierce of 51. I keep messing up HIMs and Oklo. I got HIMs on my mind. But sorry, Oklo, a Pierce of 51 gets me interested on the long side. Okay? HIMs is absolutely dumping right now. Let's go. Hopefully it turns into an Oklo. Gives back a lion's share of this gap up. Anyone that took that short with us, you're banking. Look at that, guys. Alright, I'm moving my stop loss in the money, guys, to 64.86. Wow, we're up over 2.6% on HIMs. Look at that move down. Stunning. That is absolutely stunning. Beautiful trade on HIMs, guys. Anyone that caught that with us, well done. Oklo bouncing before my support level. Let's look at a couple other names here. Tesla's still looking strong. So we've printed today, guys. We've absolutely crushed it today. We still got runners. Look at XOM. Our XOM runners are absolutely flying here. USO still doing well. XLE back to the high end of the range. I'm still looking at XLE to retest 83 bucks. Came close today. Alright guys, 10 a.m. data in 4 minutes here. 4 minutes. NVIDIA is still just relentlessly strong. That's the ticker that everyone wants. Our calls, our 144 calls are flying, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful to see. But I do like Oklo on the long. It's coming up here. It's an aggressive trade. Look at the dump on HIMs. Oh my goodness, this is printing. I just covered my full HIMs position. Just over 4% on HIMs. I am all out on the trade. Thank you very much for doing business. And this thing is just rolling heavy. Anyone that caught HIMs, congratulations. We banked on HIMs. Everyone could have caught that. You could have even caught a better average than me. Look at the dump on HIMS. Please hit that like and subscribe button if you caught that trade with us. Again, data coming out very, very shortly. I'm looking at some longs, guys, off of the next dip if we get it in the market. SPY still holding steady here. You have unrelenting strength in NVIDIA. NVIDIA just keeps flying to the high side. Look at that move. Wow. It's getting a little bit long in the tooth intraday, NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA's definitely long in the tooth. Anyone that took the Oklo entry, you should be up nicely. I did not take it. I was thinking of going a little bit lower. But that is a beast right now. Wow. Look at that name. Some crazy action today. Volatility in individual names. Really, the indices have gone nowhere, but it's the individual names that are absolutely flying. Paul took Oklo. What a beast. Nice, Paul. Nice, Paul. That's what I like to hear. I'm still waiting. I like Oklo starter position around a Pierce of $51, guys. I like Oklo around 51 bucks. Okay, that's where I'm looking. I think we're going to get a test of that 51 Pierce zone. That's where I would accumulate it on the long side for a day trade. It would be a 1/3 position long Oklo. I'm going to start it at a Pierce of $51. and I would basically add, let me pull up the chart here. SPY dipping here, SPY is dipping. So if we look at this 15-minute chart, I want to see it test the support, pivot low to pivot low to pivot low. And then we basically have a support level there that I'd add, and then we have another support level there. So I would accumulate Oklo at a pierce to the trend line, the test of these double bottom pivots, and then a test of this massive reversal bar. So that's my zone to accumulate a position if we dip into that zone. SPY's dipping here, maybe front running the data. Remember, I'm looking at going long SPY in this zone. I'm going to look at some 593 calls and 594 calls if we dip. Have that button ready because the data could impact this market very quickly, guys. Data could come out very quickly. This is going to be aggressive if we get a dip. It'll be very aggressive. And we might not get a dip. We could all of a sudden get a very big pop. I might not even have time to execute both Oklo and SPY, but I'm going to look to take SPY first and then Oklo common shares. Okay, that's my game plan. $10 a.m. data here. 10 a.m. data. So far markets are trying to get a bid. Buyer's bid here. Buys popping. Never got the dip I wanted. Jolts comes in at 7.39 million. Forecast was 7.1. Factory orders minus 3.3%. It's a miss. Probably dropping yields. All right, this is, if yields soften here, it's probably going to be bullish for the market. I'm looking at the Dixie. The Dixie's actually spiking a touch here. So look at the spike in the Dixie. So the markets should come down. If this Dixie continues to move, the markets should dip a little bit more. But we should see that so far SPY is really unfazed at the moment. So far it's unfazed at the moment. Wow. So again, factory orders minus 3.3%. Forecast was 4.3. Jolt's opening came in at 7.2 million. Sorry, 7.39 million. Dixie spiking. So far it's giving back some of its gains. We'll have to see what it does. Apple's still unfazed, looking to press higher. We've got weakness in Google and Meta still. Tesla's up 1.74. NVIDIA's the flyer of the day, up 2.39%. I'm looking at SPY calls, but we have not got there just yet. Oklo's still coming into target, guys. I'm interested in Oklo long. Pierce of 51, just common shares. Let's look at the option chain for you, though, for all of those that are trading options. Come on. What are we at on Oklo? 51 bucks. Retest 55 level. 53. Apple is going for a new high of day. Apple is pushing for a new high of day. Wow, that's strong. That is super, super strong. Look at that flying. Apple's just absolutely ripping here. Our 205 calls are probably going to get in the money today. Look at this epic little breakout. Apple clears this pivot here and it's gone, right? We got this little resistance zone up here and that's it. Apple's gone. Jeez, look at SPY go. Wow. Printing on the 594s. Apple 205s are printing. NVIDIA 144s are printing. We are long, we are strong, we are bullish. Freight train to the upside here. My oh my. AI's up 1.56%, XYZ's up 1.4%. Jeez. SPY briefly did a peekaboo high there, did not get the close, but it's trying. It is trying. Holy, anyone that took that HIMS trade, if you're still holding, you're absolutely printing. I covered at 4%. Look at this thing, a 9% banger on the short that we provided here free live on the stream. Did I hold it for 9%? No, I didn't. I covered and took my profits at 4%, but wow, what a dip on HIMS. Oklo, I don't know if you're still in, Paul, but that thing is trying to bounce here on the 5-minute chart. I'm still hoping for one more little dip, even though I know you're long and I hope you make money. I want to take this name on the long side. All right, let's look at Tesla. Tesla's shaking and moving. We're still holding runners on Tesla from yesterday. Look where we accumulated in. We accumulated in this range down here. My average on Tesla is 336.34 long. We already took half the profits out at the open at 346.49, but we got runners. I'm looking for this to press into this high volume consolidation zone. So this is my next little resistance on Tesla where I'd look to probably exit the rest of this day trade. Call it 351, 352. All right. Let's look at that CEG because that was a short trade I wrote up. Really nothing there. I'm going to scroll through some of these high volume names to see if we get a trade. NVDA obviously strong as ever. APLD slightly up. HIMS is still up 6%. Lucid only up 0.23%. BBAI, that's under a little bit of pressure. NIO, NIO. Wow, what a bullish reversal on NIO. Falling to 335 on the charts and now looking to make a bullish reversal. Oklo's still trying to firm up. Let's see NVIDIA. That's a leader. That's starting to come in a little bit over here. Let's look at Apple too. Apple's also trying to break out of that high pivot zone. Apple's triggered a bit of a bull flag pattern here, guys. Any sort of a back test on Apple, you can likely get long. I'm already in 205 calls expiring the end of the week. They're up though. They're already up. But I do think that there's more upside in this market. Ticker Pony down 17%. Wow, oversold on the 15-minute RSI. Let's see if we got a bit of a trade here, breaching those prior day lows. What type of support are we coming into? Really a whole bunch of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. SPY's still struggling up here, which leads me to think that maybe we do get a dip and then a continuation. I wouldn't mind that. I would not mind that. Palantir slightly green on the session. Oklo. Come on, Oklo. Dip, dip, dip. Some crazy reversals on these names. You know, Oklo being all the way up at almost 59 bucks has a reversal, closes, sells off 12%. That's crazy. QBTS also negative on the session. The Dixie is still green, guys. The DXY is surging here. This is the breakdown that we're going to probably get in SPY. Look at the DXY. Dixie's probably trying to head to maybe this gap fill in the hourly chart. Call it 99.44. Now I wish I still had my GLD because that's probably printing even more. Wow, we sold early on GLD as well. We covered that short early. Nevertheless, profit is profit. But SPY's starting to come in strong, guys. SPY is starting to come in strong. So let's see where this Dixie wants to push because that's probably when SPY is going to bottom. Dixie is approaching, actually, look at that. It's hitting that short-term 7-day moving average on the DXY. We're tapping that zone right now. That's sitting at 99.30. But I think the Dixie can actually push to that little gap fill around intraday. It is sitting here around 99.45. So I'm looking at getting long SPY, guys. I'm looking at getting long SPY. The Russell's given up all of its gains. It's gone negative. My oh my. SPY's negative. Qs are the only thing that's holding steady at the moment. You still have strength in semiconductor land though. So that's one of the positive aspects of the market is NVIDIA, Apple, and semis. Out of your mega caps, you're getting a little bit more distribution across Meta, Google, Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, Tesla, Amazon are still green. Come on, give us one more dip on SPY. One more dip into this 591 zone. I'm going to start building into 593 calls, guys. Yep, I see that. US 500 may want that VWAP. I think so. That's kind of right in the zone on SPY. Give us that break. Give us that break. You can see this little dip. So you can see off of a little fib retrace from this low pivot on Friday to this high pivot today. Aggressive buyers will be buying this first Fibonacci retrace level sitting at around 590.94. If you're a little bit more conservative, you wait for the 382 retrace at 589.47. My plan is to accumulate at these two pivots here. And then if need be, I'll buy the back test as well. So I'm still undecided. I'm looking at some 0DTs on SPY just because I do think that we're going to head higher. Oof, Oklo guys pierced that 51 level, that buy zone on Oklo that I was discussing. I was waiting for a pierce of 51. It pierced 51, but I never ever took a fill. I'm waiting for it to hit this trend line. But it pierced 51, so we're patiently waiting on an Oklo long and a SPY long as well. Come on, Oklo, give it to us. I'll keep Oklo up here. So I'm going to look at common shares on OKLO. We're looking for a scalp. NVIDIA and Apple are the strength and the bright spots in the market. Obviously, Tesla's doing its thing, up 1.12%. Dixie's still trying to push higher here. SPY's trying to test higher, going right back up. Let's look at that HIMS chart again. HIMS going even lower. HIMS looks like it's going to fill the gap just like Oklo did, guys. Very similar chart setups here. HIMS looks like it's going to fill that gap. So we've printed today on Tesla. We printed on HIMS. We printed today on our GLD. So another great day trading here in the live trading room, and we've only been open here for 45 minutes in the stock market, so there's plenty of time and opportunity. I'll probably stay on for another half an hour, and then I will tune you into a live trading broadcast. Keep the stream going, and then I'll pop back in on Power Hour. Obviously, if anything crazy happens intraday, I will update you accordingly. But another successful trading day here in the market, and we could get a trend. You know, these indices are remaining firm. SPY's back to the green side, Russell's back to the green side, Qs are leading the charge to the upside, Dixie pulling back slightly. XYZ still looking bullish. Oklo, I never got filled, but anyone that took that 51 pierce, it is bouncing sharply here. I never got filled. I was just being a little bit of a stickler. But that's okay. Not looking to rush into trades unless I get a perfect setup. You know, we're interesting here, Netflix. Wow, nice reversal on Netflix there. Making a new all-time high, going negative as the markets are still trying to turn green. That could be a bit of a pairs trade opportunity, short Netflix, long the Qs. That could be a nice little way to hedge your risk. UNH is struggling today. Bitcoin still trading down 0.65%, trying to hold 105, but under pressure. Natural gas right now. Let's look at this natural gas chart, because I know there's a lot of natural gas fans. I'm waiting for a buy opportunity in nat gas, but hourly chart, you got that bearish crossover of the 7 and 20 right up in there. So this is likely going to be a short the pop type of name. I know a lot of people are aggressive after we got the bullish 4-hour cross down here, but the upside move has happened. So just be careful of nat gas. I'm leaning more bearish on natural gas until I'm proven otherwise. A lot of people and traders are looking at this potential inverse head and shoulders on the natural gas chart. I'm not buying it. It hasn't triggered. It's right at the neckline resistance. You're seeing sellers off that zone. We'll see if it wants to prove me wrong, but I think nat gas is going sub $3 before the bigger buy opportunity comes. All right, sub $3 is my target. You heard it here. All right, let's see what else is going on. Oklo, I'm still interested in Oklo, sub $51. Apple still consolidating above prior day high. That's very, very bullish. NVDA still just a monster and freight train to the upside. I wonder if we can get these 144 calls in the money. Let's check this. Our NVIDIA calls are printing. So we took NVIDIA calls with our members off of this 2-day dip right back into that earnings gap. Yep, thank you. JP saying big SPY call activity. Absolutely, this market is rolling. Call flow is showing bullish price alignment. Absolutely agreed. So we're testing this high pivot zone. So far, we just can't get through this chop here. And remember, we're slightly extended on the hourly chart, which is one of the reasons why SPY is running into some trouble. I still see this gap at 594, just below 595, being attacked and filled. But it does look like SPY's had enough consolidation to blast through this. And there might be a small liquidity grab up here, and then a dip. I'm still looking at buying dips on this market if we do. There's some substantial amount of upside that could occur. SPY's still trying to push. Look at this NVIDIA ripping to the upside. My oh my. So we're 144 calls on NVIDIA. Wow, we took them at $3 a con. Our July 3rd 144 calls we took at $3 a con. And they're testing the $5 level. Nice job, members, if you took that. Really nice job. SPY did that liquidity punch through. Let's see if we get a small little dip. Wow, HIMS. How's Oklo doing? Alright guys, Oklo's coming down for another test. I'm interested in a long scalp on Oklo. I repeat, I'm interested in a long scalp on OKLO. I want it to pierce this 51 level. I want this trend line to be tagged. Keep in mind, we got some supports, right? This is a wide range on OKLO. We're talking about a 3.29% range that we could accumulate in. Okay? So I'm going in with a 1 fourth position. XYZ is looking like it's wanting to push block. XYZ block square. Looking like it's wanting to push for another high. Come on, Oklo, give us the dip. Give us the dip. If Oklo dips into this sub 51 level, $53 calls expiring the end of the week are aggressive, but they can be taken. Hims may bounce. Yeah, let's take a look at Hims. That one had a massive, massive sell. Yeah, Hims is probably going to bounce, but I think we're going to fill this gap on Hims now. I wish I was still holding my shorts, but nevertheless, we printed on that name. I'm happy with a 4% trade any day of the week. But yeah, SPY's trying to bounce. SPY's trying to push. Look at this breakout on SPY. Oh, I'm so tempted to go long OKLO right here because SPY's ripping, but I'm going to stay patient and I'm going to wait for my level. I'm not taking it early. I'm waiting for my level. All right. So we're looking at probably around a pierce of this trend line, sub 51. So we're looking at a pierce of 50.82. SPY another new high of day going for 594. Come on, OKLO, give it to us. Give it to us. GME looks kind of interesting. That one's trying to bubble up in short, but nah, there's better setups than that. Won't even mention that one. Yeah, Hims is back up 4%. NVIDIA's still ripping up 2.87%. Palantir's trying to turn back to the green side. RGTI Rigetti still negative, down by about 1.14. Intel's firming up. Alright guys, Oklo's in play, guys. Oklo is in play. I have not filled yet. I want to see a little bit more of a dip. I want it to make a new low here. But OKLO is coming into target. I've been watching this one for the last, I've been watching it all day, really. Come on, give us one more dip. Don't bounce it. Do not bounce it before. Don't do that. Oh man, they're front running us here. Damn, Oklo. What are you doing for us? Disappointing. That's okay. It might still come down. I'm still highly interested. All right, Bitcoin's trying to go green here, guys. BTC, big 15-minute power candle. Whew. BTC is making a nice little attempt at breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart. That's looking phenomenally bullish. IWM going for another new high of day. Ripping face. IWM is absolutely printing and flying to the high side here. Wow. My oh my. Jumped on XBI. Anonymous is looking at XBI. Let's take a quick peek at that. XBI. Yep, that looks pretty solid. Recapturing. You're having a nice little recovery of that key moving averages, the short term. Looks pretty good here. IW or XBI is probably going to break out to another new high a day with the IWM and SPY. And it's probably going to head for this gap fill today, IWM, around 82.75. Sorry, XBI is probably going to head for that gap fill around 82.70, 82.75. So that's a good attempt. If we get a pullback on XBI into 81.33, I'll look at some long shares. 81.33 and I'll get long with Anonymous here on XBI. I'm still just waiting patiently. SPY consolidating near the highs. I'm going to keep this XBI chart open on my other screen just in case. Oh, it's starting to run away. XBI is starting to run away. SMCI might fly. JP is saying SMCI might fly. Let's take a peek at SMCI. Yeah, so semiconductors, looking at semiconductors today, that's a very, very strong sector of the market. Oh, SMCI is flying already. That's up 2.23%, and you're right, it is starting to friggin' press. Wow, nice little potential bull flag pattern, back testing the 20-day moving average, recapturing the 7-day moving average. Yeah, SMCI is about to fly. Ooh, I might even look at this as a swing trade. Guys, there are so many bullish charts on this market, technically speaking. Wow. Yeah, SMCI I think is probably going to hit. Oh yeah, SMCI is going to go higher here, guys. Look at this SMCI chart. Oklo can take a back seat right now. Look at this SMCI chart. Nice find there, JP. This thing is ripping face. Heavy call volume on SMCI, thank you. You can see that it's going to test this trend line probably today on SMCI, which puts it at around 4260-ish. Wow. Man, oh man, that is nice. Might look at some calls on SMCI here. Take it as a swing trade. SMCI does look promising for a swing trade. Let's just see here. SMCI. Ooh, what are we looking at here? That's a nice little double bottom on the 4-hour. I wish we filled that gap on the daily. Never quite did it, but that's okay. Back to the highs is 47 bucks. So let's look at July. $47 calls. What is that priced at right now? Pretty wide spread. Bid is 168, ask is 181. Alright, I might look at entering a call swing on SMCI. $47 calls. July. That's what I'm eyeing up today. So that would give us about a about an 11% rally, which really SMCI can do in one day. If the markets trend today, I mean, that could even happen today with the strengthened semiconductor complex. Yeah, keep those on watch. I'm looking at getting into SMCI. $47 calls July 3rd. Very interesting. It's a powerful chart though. Very powerful chart. I just wish SPY would give us a little bit more of a pullback. I guess this wick down to 591.80-ish, 87 was our pullback of the day. This looks like a sharp trend throughout the rest of the day. I mean, SPY could just keep grinding higher. SPY could absolutely just keep grinding higher. Damn. Trying to get an entry on these SMCIs and they just keep going higher. Oh my goodness, look at it printing. Alright, I'm going to wait on SMCI. I'm just a bit of a stickler, but this name is looking promising for a swing trade long. Yes, it is. Holy, look at that. Paul looking at NAKA, Naka Kindly MD. What the hell is that ticker? NAKA. Let me just make sure I'm on the right one. I guess there's two Naka W Naka. New high of day on SPY. Be careful of this one, Paul. Be careful of NAKA. NAKA. I know you're looking at a scalp on the day trade time frame, but I have this one going to that gap fill. And that could easily happen today. Tough name. You know, maybe with an oversold bounce here on the 15-minute chart, you're fairly oversold. You're sweeping those pivot liquidities. I see what you're looking at. You swept that pivot liquidity around 1838. We're just looking at ticker NAKA, guys. I'm looking at it on my other screen because I want to keep SMCI and SPY up. But I would, if you're looking to scalp NAKA, Paul, I would wait for a sweep of those 1742 pivots. It's going to sweep those pivots down there. That's where I would consider a potential little day trade scalp long, but I don't really like it as much. But I would wait for those pivots to be swept. You know what I'm looking at. You love to watch those liquidity sweeps just like me. SPY is about to hit 594, guys. This thing is a monster. A monster. Holy. Apple selling off as SPY is pressing. That's very peculiar price action. SPY is ripping as Apple is selling off. NVDA still a freight train to the upside. Microsoft dipping a little bit here. How's Google? Google pressing here a little bit higher. Meta's still trying to press higher. So very interesting to see Apple selling off here as SPY is trying to press for new highs. Look at that 15-minute sell-off on Apple. Very peculiar. A little bit of an hourly topping tail potentially forming on Apple. 44 seconds left in the candle. We'll see what that wants to do. SPY is still holding steady. It's not even phased by Apple selling. That's quite crazy. Just tanked there, Apple. SMCI is still extremely elevated. 10:30 time frame. I'll stay on for about another 10 to 15 minutes to see if we have any other trade setups. We've banked tremendously on today's stream, so I appreciate that like, subscribe button if you're on YouTube. Thank you for the Telegram members contributing their thoughts. Thank you for the YouTube members contributing their thoughts. It really helps when we trade as a collective to identify key setups. You know, we've looked at HIMS, Oklo. We banked on HIMS today. We've discussed SPY as a whole together. Anonymous mentioned XBI, which is another interesting one. JP's throwing up SMCI. So there's been a lot of alpha that's been generated today, and it's very much appreciated because we're here to make money. Some of us are here to just learn. Either way, we've done both today. So it's been a pleasure and a slice. I still think that SPY likely trends higher today, but pullbacks are definitely being bought. XBI is dipping slightly. I was still interested in 81.33. SMCI for a swing trade. I'm waiting on that name to retest maybe the, let's see, the 15-minute, or actually it's probably only going to retest the 5-minute 7 moving average. So I'm looking at SMCI call swings because semiconductors are super strong. Now that the majority of the selling has occurred, the volatility has been sucked out of NVIDIA calls and puts. Now that earnings is over, we're probably going to get more defined trend in the semiconductors here. Netflix still struggling even though the markets are trying to press to new highs here. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Looking to backtest a key zone here. Alright guys, I just sold the rest of my XLE from yesterday. I just sold the rest of my XLE. That's a beautiful little trade. 83.39. All out of XLE. Take a look at our USO. I just closed that as well, guys. USO, I'm all out of USO. I repeat, I'm all out of USO. We've banked about 88 cents there per share, 1.27%. So all out of that energy trade. And the only thing that I'm holding right now is XOM. I'm holding XOM runners, okay? So I'm out of USO, I'm out of XLE, but I am holding some XOM runners. This was a trade that I did with my Telegram members as well. Also on the live stream a couple days ago. XOM is into resistance. Just don't let this trade go against you. Okay? So I would probably put, if you're long XOM, I would watch for a stop loss around that 7-day moving average. And you can do a trailing stop loss, so 102.93 as that curls up. That's where I would identify the stop. All right, a nice little pullback in SPY, a decent sized pullback in SPY. Oh, SMCI just keeps getting bought up. That thing is crazy. Apple's gone negative. Quite interesting there to see that. Apple's gone negative. XBI right back up to the highs. Not phased by the small dip in SPY. Oklo still holding steady. HIMS creating a lowercase h pattern, guys. Bear flag, lowercase h. HIMS is going to go negative. HIMS is going to go negative. I would, you could even probably short this name now with that lowercase h pattern. And just use a stop loss above that, probably above this pivot if you're aggressive, or if you're conservative. If you're a little bit more aggressive, I would use that interim 5 minute, 7-day moving average. So HIMS is looking like it's going to fill this gap around 56.80. And probably it's going to overshoot that, just like we saw in Oklo. Oklo ended up creating also a little bit of a bear flag. Boom. Continuation short down right through its gap fill. So often when you have this massive breakout on stocks and then a huge reversal into a gap zone, market makers always like to overshoot these gaps. We saw it just here on Oklo. We saw it on NVDA earnings. You know, remember NVIDIA earnings? NVIDIA popped open and then they just sold it right through that gap fill. Boom. So the market makers love to overshoot those gaps, and that's probably what we're going to also see here on HIMS. Because what does that do? They know a lot of buyers are waiting right here to buy that gap. A lot of liquidity there, and they're going to slice it right through. So HIMS is also looking like another short there. SMCI just won't give us a pullback despite the markets are pulling back here. Jeez. Quite astonishing. SPY is testing its first level of support. This would be an aggressive area to go long. An aggressive area to go long would be right here. I'm going to wait to see if we get a little bit more, but that's your first little pullback, an area of support. If you're not long SPY and other stocks, this is your first level to potentially buy. Like I said, I'm waiting. SMCI, I want to dip before I get a swing trade on that name. Again, I still think that we're due for a potential just a grind higher today in the markets. I think that's a very strong scenario that we just float and grind for throughout the rest of the day. Power hour, depending on how high we go, but we should head higher. Looking at yeah, it's looking very strong here on the 5 minute chart. Probably looking like it's going to press for another high of day. I'm just friggin' this SMCI, no dip. I mean, I was waiting for a friggin' dip on this 5 minute chart, and just look at this powerful move. The fact that we were discussing SMCI for a swing, I was looking at calls, and this name is just printing to the upside. So JP, nice find there. Good eyes on the markets, JP. SMCI is coming up into its first little resistance zone here. But yeah, what a move. OKLO. All right, guys, Oklo is in. Oklo is in reach. I'm looking for one more little dip because this has been a little bit more of a bearish consolidation. But yeah, Oklo is in target, guys. OKLO. Thank you, Paul, for mentioning that. It is hitting this target zone right now. OKLO. I'm very, very interested in a long trade. That could be the low. Go on, give us one more little low on Oklo. Yep, Anonymous, you're absolutely right. Wondering why your July 120 NVIDIA cover call still had so much premium to them, but it's crazy. It's one crazy stock. My voice is cutting off a lot. Has it been doing that all stream? Thanks for the heads up, Anonymous. Has it done it all stream or is it just now? Come on, OKLO. Give it to us. You nailed SMCI, JP. Wonderful, wonderful trade. Started 20 minutes ago. Okay. Good to know. I'll see if I can adjust my mic, see if there's anything crazy. How about the guys in Telegram? Is my voice cutting out at all? Paul, JP, you hear me clear? Cutting? All right, thanks, guys. Anybody that took Oklo, nice job. You're printing. I never ever took the fill, even though that was the level. You're absolutely printing. Wow, what a bounce in OKLO. We called and telegraphed that level to a T. So if you took that, nice job. Just protect that trade. I was hoping for a little bit lower as being a little bit of a stickler, even though I did mention it pierced that 51 and that trend line. You can clearly see we pierced, swept that trend line liquidity, and now it is pretty much off to the races, bouncing with the market. So nice job. Wow, look at SMCI, a one-way freight train to the upside. What a monster move. All right, guys, I am going to step away for a minute, or for a few minutes, for a few hours actually. I'll try to come back for power hour. If anything crazy happens, I will jump back in on the charts, but wonderful, wonderful trading today. We crushed it on the energy side with swings. We crushed it on the gold short swing. We crushed it on Tesla. We also crushed it on our SPY analysis since we've just been trending higher throughout the day. Nice calls on SMCI. We crushed HIMS for a whopping 4%, even though we sold early and paper handed it. A couple of traders have called out Oklo, HIMS, SMCI, JP. Nice find and spot there. Once again, thank you all for tuning in. If you're on YouTube, please like the stream, subscribe. Telegram, guys, continue to watch out for some alerts throughout the day as some positions are nicely in profit. Something like NVDA, we could look for a little bit of a trim. But until then, stay out of trouble. Don't be crazy in this market because obviously we're one headline away from a massive red candle or pop. It does look like SPY is just trending to the upside. And to think that the S&P is barely positive or barely up on the session, it's only at 0.19%. You look at the outperformance in the Russell IWM, up over 1.05%. This could be a very strong trend throughout the rest of the day, especially when we have such strength in the semiconductor complex. All right. So wonderful trading. Keep your wits about you, and we'll see you a little bit later in the session.
Grab the queue or no?
Not yet. Hope I didn't check them. Oh,
Yeah, I'm in it already.
that's good. That's
From when I said I was going, it's up by 11%.
okay. That's very good. I will play earning definitely for this one. Zero or hero.
So, Butters, what did you think about that MNRO Monroe?
I just looked at it quickly. I haven't dug through it all yet. There's something there. I just grabbed the starter on it. It's up what, 74 cents? I think it's up 74
Yeah,
cents.
something like that. 80 cents.
All right, I'm out of these 595s for 30%. That's it. My target on SPY was 595.38. So, play.
Oh, you know why that's going to do good, Kevin? It's American company. It's
Exactly. This is
automotive.
why I sent it to you because it's
It's
automotive. It's American. They deal with
it, it's
repairs.
no shocks.
They do with shocks, tires. They do repairs like drivetrain, exhaust. They do a little bit of everything. They
Yeah,
got
so it's a cheaper version of Napa.
yeah, kind of sort of. But I mean, they do a little bit more than that. I don't know that Napa's. Well, I guess Napa is. Yeah. But this is one that'll do well during the tariffs. One that'll do extremely well. People are going to be more inclined to get their cars fixed as opposed to just buying new ones. So Wall Street Inter reports Snow unveils new compute AI tools and content marketplace at DEF CON 2025. I put it up top. There's more to read.
I think NHA Butters mentioned this. I see 1.5 call for next week for 10K premium. They are cheap, 0.05. I mean, there are 5 cents per contract. So
What ticker is that?
NAK, they are doing mineral stuff.
So Butters Monroe, it has approximately 1,288 company operated retail stores located in 32 states and 50 CarX franchise locations.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. More towards the East Coast, right? Eastern Seaboard.
Yep.
I'm trying to see where they get their equipment from, like their tires and that. That's a big factor on that. That C drill's still going up, SDRL.
NVTS is moving nicely, making new highs.
Whoever made the comment that insurance got smacked earlier, looks like they are finding support and trying to catch a bid. Looking at Root specifically.
Yep, Root, and the other one's Lemonade, LMND.
I'm looking at Lemonade also, but Root is looking more, like it's ready to move more so than Lemonade. I'm looking at them both side by side, actually.
Yeah, Root's had a good couple days.
Yeah, I didn't want to call Lemonade out until Lemonade looked like it was ready to go ahead and do what Root is currently looking like it's trying to do. But truth be told, I actually like Lemonade more than I like Root.
Correct.
Boulder, you said that about this hurricane season, yeah? About generic, yeah? Also, one short play here. I hope that there is no hurricane, but anyway, one short play is HRTG, which is an insurance company, yeah? Last time they were crushed like from 16 to 10, Setup is similar. If you see the setup to September 24, the setup now is exactly similar to that setup. So just have it in your watch list, I think.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Generac looks good today, by the way. It's up almost 3%.
Speaking of healthcare, I like OSCR still. It's like the root of healthcare insurance. Keep an eye on that. Looks like it's getting a nice sympathy play here with the healthcare as well as HIMS.
Also, you got Jared Kushner's brother who has a healthy position in that as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Correct.
absolutely. Thank you.
CLBR up over 15 again.
Hey, Butters, you nailed that CRBO. Sell that news, right? I mean, wow, you nailed it.
What, CLBR? I'm back in it.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely adding here. But you called that dip. I'd
Yeah, well, I sold off a lot of it last night. It ran hard after hours.
like to see JOBY fill the gap, and then I'm long.
$20.25 is Oval Office trading. That's what it's all about right now.
Bro, look at SPY, 594.54.
Boom.
Let's go. I'm still in my 620s, by the way, for August. See how much those are up.
Yeah, I'm still in QQQ 527s for today. Let's go.
Let's go. The
Bitcoin getting a nice pop here. It looks like they're going to be voting on the Genius bill any time here.
Oh, by the way, I added one contract to my target 2027 110 calls.
I said it earlier. I'm gonna say it again, and I won't say it anymore today. Keep an eye on Boozy, VUZI, small cap, small float, high short interest. All right, I'm done. I have common shares and I have $4 calls for October. Just saying.
That's the video screen company.
Yeah, like the Boozy goggles. It's the goggle company. I don't mean they might have the video screens as well. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Never stop, never stopping, Kev.
What does that mean? You lost me with that a little bit. I'm not as sharp as you are.
Kevin, your glasses picture you have with the black arms on the glasses?
Yeah.
Huawei brought up the same ones as digital glasses. I'll send you a link on it. They're going after that look versus the big black frame look on the goggles.
Yeah, send it to me.
Yeah, like the intellectual type glass. You know what I'm talking? Like chrome rims with the
Yep.
black arms.
I have a pair. I have some Armani frames that are like that, semi rimless.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're going after. Huawei's going after that look.
Come on, a little higher, Q. Just a little higher. Boom, let's go.
That glasses style sounds like the Google smart glass from ages ago.
It could be. They all just take each other's IP and just, try to change it.
Blue blockers.
Closing 3/4 of my QQQ 527 calls up 114%. Let the runners run for free.
I'm adding to Disney. I like it here.
Oh yes, I like that one as well. Disney. Let's see if it's ready.
Multi-year downtrend from 200.
Yeah, I like this Disney. Hold on.
So, I mean, we're looking bullish. We're looking like we're going to possibly go test that Thursday pre-market high. I don't know. But Q's, they got a little resistance at 528. See if we can get that, at least get that high. This is a pretty easy day to call. I see he's not in here now, but when you see Saloon, when Saloon shows up, he's a super bull. So when he pops up, that's the bullish indicator. It has never not worked.
Trim these NVTS $7 calls, 20%.
Nice.
Buy signal on Generac. Oh, this thing looks nice today.
Also, another one to keep your eye on. Uh, EVGO. They got earnings coming up in about a month. So far, their chart is looking pretty bullish, looking like it's butted up against a weekly resistance level that is ready to possibly break through.
VIX taking out new lows.
Oh shit, Vic's taking out lows. Here we go. Let's take off to the moon, Alice.
This ticker GLXY, I think, which Bitcoin play, I think it's already bottomed yesterday or 2 days ago. It's now above SMA 200 on 10-minute chart. I'm looking for 23, 24. I'm already in comments. Apple is back above VWAP from yesterday high and today. Tesla 350 plus.
These $40 calls for July look interesting for Lemonade LMND.
I also grabbed this Disney call for June 20, 116 call. Thanks for shout out. Yeah, I think in 4-hour chart it is breakout. So let's see
Fuck
how
it.
it works.
Yeah, I'm going with you on that one. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, 4-hour chart looks very good. Let's see.
Sentinel 1, ticker S, looks interesting here.
Yes, I cut losses on Sentinel-1 after earning. But yeah, let's see. But do you see Zscaler, BKF? It's crazy. It's now close to 300.
So are you in Zscaler or are you thinking about chasing it?
No, I do not chase here. It's crazy. But looks very good. I don't know. It can go higher.
Yeah, somebody brought up Coherent the other day, COHR. That looks good. That looks real good.
I think I might buy that just for the name.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? You weren't coherent. Yeah, I don't think you know what you said.
Guys, pay attention to Capital One, man. It looks good. 15-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour. It's pushing. COF is the ticker.
So, Bullish Bear is Bull Bear is Warby Parker still a buy, or is it actually a short here?
I'm still in Warby Parker. I'm in the December calls. Hold on, let me look at that. Yeah, you could short it here, bro. You could come back down to $20 at least.
I also like Adobe here out of a wedge, targeting the 200-day at 458.
Cruise lines look pretty good today as well. Boom, SPY 595. Let's go.
Palantir is having a nice reversal.
All right, I just said fuck it. I just grabbed some lottos, QQQ 530, 0 DTE, 0 to hero. Let's go.
I had to cut my second entry on Boeing for 30% loss.
I said it earlier. I say it again. AEVA, LIDAR, let's go. Volume starting to pick up.
You're still holding those SPY 595 zeros. They're up 102%. I would start trimming out of these. My target was 595.38.
Good, like it's look like it's getting ready for that second leg up.
You still in that, BK?
Yeah, I got the seven. I don't have the 70s anymore. I got the 72s. I had the 70s for next week. I got the 72s for Friday.
Oh, you're sitting pretty then, bro. $1 off.
Oh, for sure. Tango slowly trending higher. TNGX, that volume is starting to come in now.
Was someone in here playing C Limited, ticker SE? That
Not
chart
me,
look.
but I do remember someone was talking about it.
Yeah, look at that V-shaped recovery on that 30-minute. 15-minute looks good. Over 166.74. It should try to go to
I
at
think
least
that was
one.
Monative that's playing that.
Yeah, it looks good right here.
Market look like it's still ready to push higher.
And this market just wants to go up. It doesn't look like it.
London is closed.
Ah.
Yeah, so we don't have BB here to give us Gex level. So looks like we got major positive at 59.60, major negative at 59.30 SPX.
There's nobody else here that could give us X levels.
Yeah, but most of the gamma's up top. It looks like a 70-30 positive gamma. Like the volume is to the upside at this point. So if we're at positive gamma right now, we need this to either go up or the market should reject here. Need that positive gamma to be moved higher.
Amazon look weak. Amazon looks weak. The rest are okay. Apple is also not that strong, but it's still keeping the VWAP. But Amazon is really weak here.
So OG was kind enough to throw some Gex down there for SPY and SPX. In the purple pill, I'll put it up top if anyone cares to look at it. This is 0 DTE Gex for SPX and SPY.
Look at that. SPY hit 595.33, 5 cents off my target and got rejected. That's crazy.
You say rejected. I say things still look like it wants to go higher. Doesn't really look like
Yeah,
it wants to reject just yet. Not SPY.
the level is 595. What's up about that? Let me see. 595. Yeah, my over that my NFP level is 600, bro, which is February NFP low.
I need Hood to pump it up. So Wall Street Engine is reporting that Truist notes Nike has rolled out price hikes on select footwear now hitting retail. Shoes priced between $100 and $150 are seeing a $5 increase, while those over $150 up to $10. See, Nike actually might get some love with this tariff halt pause or whatever till what, August 31st.
Yeah, let's see what it's done. NKE. Yeah, Nike looks good. 1 hour.
Come on, Hood, keep on pushing. 60 more cent. Let's go.
You got paid on these, bro.
You know, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying.
Yeah, you did a good job on this one, man.
Thank you. Now I just need AEVA to go to 20. Come on, bro. That's $1 away too. You can say it like you said for Hood, and so this thing can go up like Hood did.
Yes, sir. Send it. AEV, bro. Yeah, I think you're gonna get your 72 in HUD too.
Let's go.
Bing bong.
Bing bong boom.
Man, this C limited looks so good, bro. I'm so tempted to jump into this. This thing could go to at least 169.28. Double top. What's this?
Oh yeah, that volume of EVA is finally coming in there. Finally hit 1 million. So let's go. That means it should at least get to about 3 million a day. So it possibly could push to 20 today. Remember, I told y'all to grab it. I told y'all this looks like a good buy at 14. Nobody wanted to listen.
Yep, you sure did. Look at SPY. Look at SPY. 595.33. Get over that level and go crazy. Yep, SPY got over my level. 595.40 now.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I told you this just looks bullish, bro. It didn't look like it wanted to go down.
I cannot believe SPY went to 595.40. That's insane. If you grab those 0 days, you got paid.
Yeah, well, if you look at that GEX for SPY that OG put in there, it's just a massive green bar at 595.
That's crazy. I didn't even see that. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Estee Lauder is up 3% today. EL.
Nice. I remember last year the CEO or the CFO made a couple of big purchases.
Yeah. I think LVMH ultimately buy them. They don't have a choice. They're gonna have to. If they're gonna compete with Hermes, they're gonna have to buy EL. It just makes a lot of sense for them.
Totally agree. That was a mean ass fake out NVIDIA did. I don't know, NVIDIA just doesn't look strong anymore.
It's coming down. Oh, I see.
Apple's looking weak.
Dude, look at this.
And yet the SPY and the Qs are pushing.
Look at
Generac
Generac chart. Look at Generac chart, bro. This thing is wild. Went to what? 118 yesterday. I added to it. Look at this thing is at 125. I told y'all, don't sleep on Generac.
Oh yeah, that chart says nice. I meant to grab a position when you did, but I never looked at this chain to see what would be a good area. But let me look at it now.
Yeah. I mean, if it comes back down to this one, what is this? That 118 area, that's definitely a buy down there again. Yeah, between 117 and 118. But I don't know. Hurricane season is in full swing.
It's not in September the season, or this year
The
soon?
season started
Yeah,
already.
no.
September.
I mean, hurricane season, it started, but it doesn't really start until like mid-July through September.
Uh-huh.
I mean, where they could
Okay.
actually hit land.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they will start
You
naming them
wait.
at this point. Yeah.
They already did.
Yeah, they'll start
Okay.
naming tropical storms.
Yeah.
I used to work in that in energy. I used to work in the energy market, so
Okay. I
just.
see.
So
But the
you like
danger, yeah.
Generac then?
What's that?
You
NVIDIA
like
and
this
Apple
ticker then?
pulling back.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, I like the name Generac. I mean, I haven't looked at it in a bit, but if you think about it, I mean, we're in a need for power. You know,
Yeah.
they're a large backup power generator, right? So you
Yep.
already got wildfires going in California, not California, Canada. You know,
Yeah.
you have potential
Alberta. Yeah.
a big hurricane season. So yeah, it's a good play. I haven't looked at it, but the idea of it, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, man. I don't know. We could get a pullback here, man. NVIDIA's weak. Apple's weak.
Yeah, Kev, I actually jumped into your Palantir puts, not yours, but what you called that earlier, thinking it was weak. Just I'm playing the weakness.
I can dig it.
Maybe we'll crack 130, hopefully. I'm actually going to head out, so enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Everything is pulling back so far.
Yeah. Amazon in 5 minutes is like a small edge pattern. And I
Probably.
think
Look at that. You said on what hour? On a 1 hour?
5 minute chart.
Oh, the
I'm
5
looking.
minutes.
It's very small, but yeah. Yeah, it's kinda.
So if
But
you didn't get in hood, and we're apprehensive and thinking that maybe it might not go much higher than this, Cheddar Flow just reported that the $73 strikes are getting active. I'll put it up top if you care to look at that order flow. Hood, HOOD.
Hey, anybody have updated VIX? What VIX is doing right now?
The VIX is currently hanging out around 18 now. Trended under 18 and bounced. It's trying to bounce currently. I don't know how strong the bounce is because it could get rejected here.
Yeah.
Looking for 18 to be really 1811 to be as high as the VIX goes, but 18 to be rejected to be resistance. But if you're in short dated calls right now, I'd be paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah.
With the VIX pushing higher and NVIDIA and Apple pulling back.
Had some 600s for Friday. I just closed those.
the way they're piling into these 72s and 73s for Hood, I'm expecting it to squeeze. Probably they'll go to 75.
You know, BKF, I think, if not mistaken, Friday is the SPY inclusion, yeah. And one of the stocks that it's rumor it is Hood, yeah, that will be added to S&P.
Yeah, they've been rumoring that though for the last 3 or 4 inclusions, and it hadn't been.
Yeah, but yeah, every time it comes, yeah, they push it.
Man, Q's like they don't want to go down.
Invest. Look at ticker GRAB. Look at the 30-minute, just double bottom and took off. It's up almost 2.5%.
Which ticker?
Grab GRAB.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the 30-minute chart. Even the 1 hour. Yeah, this thing. Get over.
Also on daily it looks good.
Yeah.
I think there is, there is a trend line above that. I mean, last time they could not break it, so we can go to 572.
Yeah. This one
Yeah.
looks good. I'm getting a buy signal on the 1 hour right now.
Yeah. I played this few times.
Nice bounce by Apple. NVIDIA is getting a bit of a bounce. Market look like it wants to push higher.
Wow.
VIX still hanging out around that 18 level as resistance. Positive gamma got bumped up to 57 or 59.70. Negative still at 59.30.
I mean, the market wants 600, yeah, SPY.
Definitely. Well, I said they were going to have to either we're going to get a rejection or they were going to have to bump up positive gamma.
Yeah.
So they finally bumped it up.
Definitely
About
want
6 minutes ago, they bumped it up to 59.70. Yeah, and in return, most things look bullish. However, still watching the VIX. The VIX hasn't started trending downward. It's still continuing to look bullish along with the market. Looking at the mags look like it found support and wants to push a little higher. SPX 5965 pushing, trending higher. SPY Q's pushing higher. You seem to bounce on NVIDIA is trying to steady itself to push higher. Apple's starting to look bullish now, trending towards 203. Meta looks bearish. Hood continuing to get that push higher. Tesla looks like it's finding its bearings and attempting to push higher. Palantir no longer looks bearish. Yeah, Palantir don't look bearish anymore. I hope he ain't stealing those puts. Dow actually looks super bullish, and so does IWM, and looking like they want to continue to push higher. What do you say, Dr. Jones? Dow Jones.
Yeah.
Amazon just Amazon just looks bearish. CLBR after it hit that $14 support like Butters called out, is starting to trend back higher again. Hope y'all got in. I did.
Look at Apple. Apple is really strong now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying first. Apple looks bullish.
Yep. They hold this SMA 50 on 5-minute chart. They didn't break it, so.
Yeah, like I said, it was trending towards that 203. It's going to slap 203. If we can clear that 203.24, I think the next ought to be 205. However, NVIDIA still looks bearish. So I don't know how much higher the market is going to want to trend.
Hey, invest those Airbnb 150 for uh, June 2026. They're up 40%.
Wow. Nice.
Yes, sir.
Closing out my QQQ 527 runners up 120%. I don't know how much higher it can go. I still have those 530 lottos. Like I said, those are zero or hero. I'm closing those 527s out.
I mean, Airbnb looks really good. I mean, it can even go to 140 like in 1 or 2 weeks.
Yes, sir. This is a World Cup play for me, so I'm gonna hold this.
Yeah, you have it for a long time. Okay.
So I said it earlier about Boozy. So I'm going to say it about Tango again. And then I'm not going to say anything again about it. That volume just came in. Now it's already 2 times the daily volume. Currently, TNGX is up 25% and continuing to push. This has short interest. It has a low float. Float is under 100 million. And it has short interest at about 11 or 12%. So yeah, easy peasy. This could squeezy. I'm just saying.
I bought Tango and now up 11%. So let's go. Thanks, BKF.
There's no thanks required. Thank yourself for taking the trade. Like I'm just calling the setup, right? Let you know I'm already in it or whatever, and let you know that this is a nice look. Keep your eye on this. It's about to. If I say keep your eye on it, it's probably because I think it's about to, explode. And normally they do.
No, because I'm also playing biotech, and for me, like the volume is very important. Yeah, so the price action and volume coming to the, and this is like a
That's all. That's all there is price and
exactly,
volume. There's nothing else.
exactly.
Time,
That's what-
price, volume, and time. They're the only thing. You got those 3 components, you can get a good trade.
Yeah.
Price, volume, and time.
And downside is really, I mean, especially when it is penny stocks here. I mean, downside is really zero. I mean, what will happen?
Exactly. Which fucks me up. Why people say, "Oh, I don't play it's a, it's less than 1 billion float. I'm not gonna play that." Whatever. More money
No,
for
I
me.
played as an option here. Yeah? Assume that you're playing an option. Yeah, so it's like
Exactly. Essentially, that's all that it is. It's like an option. It's cheap and
yeah,
easy.
it is.
Yeah, go ahead and get you 10 contracts. So TNGX, I got to, from here. First resistance is 385. Then I got 414 and then 450. Those are my levels.
Yeah, I'm also looking for the filling the gap. Yeah, which is from what you said as well, from 4 to 460 and 90.
Oh, that'd be beautiful if it goes to fills that gap.
Yeah, but 413 is the SMA 200. Yeah, so let's see. I mean, everything depends on the data. Yeah, so
Somebody just DM me telling me thanks for those 595s. You don't have to thank me like Kev said. You took the trade, so those things went
Exactly.
from 49 to 131. That's insane. Yeah, congrats to you guys, man.
Yeah, you ain't never got to thank me. I'm not looking for any thanks. I'm just looking for a little assistance. Help me find some plays too. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it could have found its footing. And NVIDIA, I mean, and Apple's up there at 203. So NVIDIA can find its footing and start to push higher. Then I want to see the market. Yeah, the market is going to trend a whole lot higher. And maybe these lottos can actually go into money and yield a good return.
there is a ticker CSX Corporation. It's working on railroads. And I saw many fellow for September 21, September 19, $35 calls. So just to, maybe there comes some news, who knows? But yeah, I am
Invest. What
in,
expiration do you have on the Apple 205 calls?
it is for this week.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
play mostly, yeah, especially for Max 7, I play short.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I took those on the second of this month for 7-Eleven. So what is
Awesome.
that? August 11th.
Oh yeah, that's huge.
July 11th. July 11th.
Yeah, I think Apple can go to 215, yeah, but there is some resistance there, 215, 220. Then I see some resistance there, but let's see. In Apple, I think if we keep this 199, 200, 198, this level, then I'm looking always for the upside.
Yeah.
Yeah, but today is not that strong like NVIDIA, yeah? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at Micron, bro. MU. Oh my gosh, look at this chart.
Yeah, finally breakout, yeah. So here, when they have earnings? In June 25, okay, still time.
Wow, that's a nice chart.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you should have already been in it.
Yep.
Like, because I got resistance at 108. I think it rejects around 108. Probably not even. Probably like 106, 105 mid.
Insane.
You see how that is on the daily. How it's just kind of or that weekly. How it's been wicking down. Look on the weekly. Look how that. I don't know. It could break through that area though.
Yeah, but there's a hold on. 105. 104,
Yeah,
55.
if you see
And
weeklies, you see all the wicks that they have,
yeah, that's what
the
I'm looking
upper
at. Yeah,
wicks.
yeah, all the upper wicks at 104, 107.
Yeah, they're all
Yep.
resistance. Yeah,
That's why I say think it gets rejected at like 106, 107, 108 ish. That
Yep,
area.
exactly. Yeah.
yep,
Still a move to make up there. Still a move to make to get there though.
yeah.
Like if this pulls back, that's definitely a trade. Like if it can pull back under 100, if it can pull back under 100, you can grab like the 110s, and that'll be a good trade.
But if AVGO beats earnings, this thing is gonna rocket.
Yeah, I need to rechart this.
Yeah. This thing is crazy. This
Just a heads up, I closed my SPY 594 calls. I closed my SPY 594 calls. Deep in the money. Nice trade. Banked 36.75% on those SPY calls. 36.75%. And I know I was down on those briefly, but those are closed.
Guys, let's just be long.
Just be long.
That plan for all-time highs in June, Jordy, is working out.
Yeah, stops forced to cover through the figures, pop up, pop down, bull flag.
Bull flag.
I waited for like 2.5 hours for that one trade, but it was worth it.
Dude, does anybody here cover this Navitas semi?
Oh,
I've heard more people talking about it lately. I
Bro,
haven't really dove in.
I had to like I mean just kind of nibble to keep it on my radar, but like it's like 16% today. This is insane.
that's got the Jensen power.
You know,
Yeah.
You know what they say about dull markets, right?
Yo, exactly, Frank. Exactly.
Don't show them.
And then I got little Rizzo in my head all morning, grabbing small long scalps.
Yep.
I know. Fucking little Rizzo.
Yeah, even for me, like trend days are hard if I'm scaling out too early. I'm just like,
Yeah, that was me today.
and then like the ads are like light.
I left a lot on the table, but
Yeah, I
the
caught
higher time frame
so
today. But
far the entire RTH range, but it could have been sized a lot more. I mean, they've made it relatively easy in that once you got over like the 520s, which I was watching, also your 5-minute opening range low, you kind of wicked under it, got back above, got long there, and then retest essentially held either the mid of that or your 5-minute opening range high. You got some more ads there. It's added now on this pullback to 660, and now I'm just playing with my food at this point.
sounds good. I might go make something. I miss Sam bringing me steak and eggs every morning in Puerto Rico, man. Fuck. That shit was nice. Loading. 30 minutes through lunch. Haven't really given up nothing during lunch at all. Actually, we've moved higher.
Mita.
Da.
Deal. Held it. It's kind of a slow grind in general, though.
Yeah.
Frankie said, never short a dull market. I said, okay. Oh my God. Okay, so when Hoodie took that 20% nosedive in like a day, no lie, I freaked out and I sold a little, like in the midst of it. And because my position was too big,
Yeah.
my allocation. And I have a feeling that that sale and subsequent like trimming of or whatever, is probably going to rank in the top 10 worst decisions of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
The first, though, will always be buying a car with Bitcoin.
it is a hard knock life. Yeah, that's rough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, buying a car with Bitcoin.
Yeah, sub 9K Bitcoin, by the way.
How do you live with yourself, Paper?
I cry myself to sleep most nights. Truth be
Find a
told,
collateral loan for Bitcoin and stake it.
do they even have those like 0% interest credit cards anymore? Like, I don't even know if that exists.
No,
They do
Yeah,
the
yeah.
introductory fees
For
where
like
you just
18 months or whatever, yeah.
yeah, and then roll it.
Yeah, of course you can do that, yeah.
Like really, one of the like. I mean, thought it was fine.
Another
Like it
new
was
high.
great. I had a bunch of Bitcoin. I'm like, whatever, dude, I don't do anything with this. It's
It's
going down. Who
going
cares?
down.
It was going down, dude. It had
Oh,
dropped
shit,
like
man.
50% or whatever. I'm like, whatever. And yeah, it was like 3 Bitcoin. And yeah,
Got ES about to take out. It's 59.85.25.
do you
It's a big
imagine what kind of car
hourly
3
high.
Bitcoin would buy me today?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But even then, I don't think I'd
Do it.
do it after that experience. It was
Definitely not.
I drove it around for a while, and then even then I was like, "This is." I remember it went from it went to 100 grand hoopty to a $250,000 hoopty. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah. It's a gut punch for sure.
Jordan, did you get that Gemini Bitcoin cashback?
No, I didn't yet.
What is it?
Might.
It's
A new Bitcoin credit card.
yeah, from Gemini. So instead of your regular rewards or cashback, it gives it to you in Bitcoin. So 1 to 4%.
All right,
Which like for
I'll play with
flows,
that. I have a Gemini account.
it makes so much sense for like passive inflows into Bitcoin.
Going high day. Finally back. Okay.
Lunch didn't stop nothing with this market. Yes, about to take out those big 4-hour highs. I mean, really above that, I have 6,008, which is the daily high of the range.
Testing new high.
That same level on NQ is 850, 875. I talked about this morning. I can't believe we're even near there. When I was mentioning that this morning, I did not think we were going to get even this close to that today.
What's on the calendar for the rest of the week? Oh, ADP tomorrow.
Yeah, ISM at 10, services PMI.
Beige book. Oh,
Unemployment Thursday at 8:30 a.m. And then our big
Bostic.
NFP.
Yeah. I mean, beige book's important, but nobody doesn't move the market.
No.
Yeah, it's like important, but I could care less for the charts.
Meta.
If Mag 7 gets involved, we see 22,000 on Qs today, no?
Oh, we could. I mean, that's if we get over Rizzo. I mean, first spot I have to look at for like a first big spot is going to be that 858 because it's just the daily range highs. But over that, I don't see a reason why we don't go hit
The 800s are still
22,019.
going to be tough. I got my level at like 790, 800 basically.
Yeah, that whole area is going to be interesting. But if we're over that with momentum, I mean, I don't see why we don't hit 22,019, even get above that.
A small level. Wait, let me see.
This market is just that fucking nuts. I mean, we can do it.
720s. Yeah, if we're gonna be above 800 tomorrow, 810s, I'm gonna continue pressing long. So, depending on where we end up today, that'll probably be the main focus for tomorrow. 21,800, 790.
Yeah. Wow, I was not bullish enough this morning. Jeez.
Oh, now you got Apple that made highs, Tesla making new highs, NVDA about to break out again, AMD going higher, Microsoft, which has done nothing all day at highs, Meta getting a bid. It's 784. Yeah, I got my last exit sitting at 780. Where is it? 8? Yeah, at 8. Got my stop at 700 now. Locking 40 points.
I can't even. I'm looking at this Robinhood chart. I don't even see. Oh God, dude, Micron just grinding. Dude, so much of this just absolute grinding.
Oh, yeah.
Frankie knows we can't short this, but at some point, somewhere down the road, maybe like August, September, this is not going to be fun.
Hopefully we're high enough at that point where it doesn't even matter.
Oh, for sure. Like, we'll be trying to come back to this level as the dip buy.
I
I always think about that, bro. I'm like, right here in the future is going to be
Yep.
the spot. It's funny how things work out that way.
So, as negatives for Micron coming up, I guess Intel's working on a memory chip with SoftBank, and then you have HPE guidance could be hitting them if it comes in bad.
I mean, I feel like Micron's up 50% from the lows too, though, isn't it? Oh yeah, almost what the fuck? Really? I was laughing the whole time. They're like generational dip buy. I'm like, you know what? I'm a millennial. I've seen like 3 or 4 of these. Two solid recently.
Dude, I
Or
got
like
so much
3 in
shit.
general. Like, how many generational dip buys can I have?
I got so much shit on like TikTok and Instagram when I was screaming about the dips.
Thing is, Jordy and I are young enough. We're gonna be in our prime when we see the freaking generation.
I know when we see the real.
The problem is like, well, you guys have already seen it.
We have seen a bit of it, yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No?
Did you see NVIDIA at 70 or 80,
No,
whatever it was?
yeah, no. I'm
Okay,
talking
so you
about
saw it.
a market that's trades sideways for 10 years.
Mm.
That
Oh,
is,
we're still waiting for that.
We will be a part of that.
Yeah, those will be some interesting times.
And don't get me wrong, you're still gonna like just trade from like lows to highs, back down to lows, but it's gonna be ugly.
Dude, I don't even know what to do with fucking.
We'll probably get like a 40% pullback in our lifetime, 50%.
Can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah.
Fuck,
Yep.
my Twitter's glitching. I'm gonna have to drop down and come back.
You're good. Trying to pull back after ES taking that big 4-hour high. But how do we respect on the dips? Every time we've dipped hard, we've respected higher time frame bullish order flow. So got 20 minutes till lunch ends. We got a little bit of an earnings chat the next hour as well. We got CrowdStrike tonight, AVGO and Lulu DocuSign on Thursday. Get some thoughts from the crew.
DJT is launching branded crypto wallets and trading application.
Boy.
9 hourly green candles in MNQ.
Yeah,
MNQ. 9.
that is wild. We've just not stopped.
Let's double it. Double it or
Let's
nothing.
double it, he says.
No, I'm not pressing new ones up here.
Yeah, it's tough up here. VIX still holding under that 18 bucks. Tesla's not stopping. Geez, 354. NQ now trying to look stronger than ES. It's been a weird divergence between the two today. ES kind of took the lead. What's CrowdStrike looking like going into earnings tonight? It's a good day. It's always a little scary when you're going into earnings. Same with Lulu. We have GameStop earnings next week. Earnings season looks pretty dry now after our last big dog, NVIDIA, and the rest of this week until basically start of July, a little after, right after the first week of July. July 14th through the 18th, we're really kicking things off again with the banks and Netflix. Till then, looks like it's going to be fairly dry after this week, so that'll be nice though. I feel like this earnings season's been a long one. And Q now taking highs while ES lags. That's a little different than what we've seen all day. New hour opening up as well in 9 minutes. The issue with crowd as it goes into earnings, writing new all-time highs. I agree. It's a little sketchy. Maybe it gets continuation, but when it's in that, complete price discovery mode going into earnings, just ripping it is a little bit scary. That revenue growth is just beautiful. If you go on Earnings Hub, you can see it super clearly since 2021. Every single quarter, just steady growth. Looks really good. We'll see how it does tonight. I'd be cautious, definitely, though. I feel like people, after seeing the rip today, would probably, I guess more short-term traders, if you're heavy in the long term on it, you're probably not taking any off here, but
This is a daily break of structure on SPY for the SP. Hard to be short this market.
Yeah. Hard to be short for a long time if you're gonna do it. I don't think there's really been too many good spots on the intraday except for early in the mornings either. Oh, I just wish I caught more of this long, man. Wild. Really put in some work. They're looking just a bit weaker here, but not breaking any significant spots, so. If we do need to pull back, I could see a rebalance to that hourly gap we just came from. But we're not really breaking any structure to the downside on a lower time frame yet. You're in a big spot though, but it could be similar to what we've done where we just kind of chop around, consolidate, and then get that next momentum leg higher to go into the next big daily target. So, which if we want to keep going higher, I have levels. Can't ignore them. But I won't be surprised if we need to just breathe a bit. And Q did make highs there without ES lagging and holding now. So let's see if that continues. Or we go and take that out.
Tap of orb high on Google.
Gonna try and get the little bit of a pullback going. If we do a pullback to that kind of 700 area, will be a big spot. Watch the figure there. Definitely seeing some rejection on the higher time frame, but just still holding structure, not giving it up. If we do need to go lower for a bit, I do have a big 15-minute imbalance. We can test at 730. I'd really like to see another test of that hourly that we just came from, though, which is at 710.
So what we got for data tomorrow?
Not too much, but
EDP payrolls, so basically private
ADP.
estimate for jobs report.
Yeah, ADP is pretty irrelevant.
Canada has an interest rate decision, and you have ISM services and S&P services PMIs.
You don't think nothing matters till NFP?
I mean, ISM is pretty impactful often.
I don't think it comes in cold, though.
No, I think it's okay. It's also going into summer, and services tends to, I think, do better in summer.
what's up, options, Mike?
Yo, how's everybody doing today?
Doing good, man. This market is just insane.
It's not extended either. I mean, we could rip from here. It's breaking out of a nice consolidation.
I have spots if you want to keep going higher. I would like to see a little bit of a pullback on the intraday, but you know, sometimes you don't get that.
I think we're headed for the all-time high, but
I agree.
Yep, it's coming.
I do want to see that all-time high come into play. I'm interested. I don't know how you're thinking about this, Mike. I know we're going to get into this earnings combo here at the top of the hour, but I'm kind of interested on your thoughts on a pullback kind of into last month's range a little bit. I'm kind of watching. Obviously, it doesn't have to happen, but I'm kind of expecting a move to the 50% retracement of last month. But we're already kind of moving pretty far away from that. That would be like 1,000 points lower now, which is it wasn't that low when we started the week, but now it's sitting at that 768, you know, and that's pretty low considering where we've traded to now this week. So I don't know.
I just keep looking at this market that we had this big move off the bottom, and then for the last 2.5, 3 weeks we went sideways. And the market is breaking out on no news. It's just going because it wants to go, and it's been wanting to go. It's just been consolidating the move. I don't, barring news, I don't think we're getting a pullback easily here right now. It's just there's too much bullishness. There's too much money on the sideline still flowing in. So many people got caught with this move with their pants down. Everybody thought there was no way this bounce was going to hold. And what's helping this week is the man in the White House has been very quiet, and market tends to melt up when he's not active.
I agree. Yeah, market has had that melt up. It's really felt like that. And we get these kind of blips of momentum for sure, but it's more so just that slow grind up, and every kind of good short setup you see just ends up failing, never really triggers for you. And we just continue drifting higher into like each weekly high, basically. That's kind of what I'm looking for now. I didn't think we were going to get to it this week, but now it's like, oh, are we going to hit this previous week high? We're pretty close to it, you know? So
I mean, I can't believe they let it go through this resistance with no volume today.
Yeah.
Just There's no volume on this. We're 28 million shares in the SPY. It just went right through it. Just like, yeah, we're not here anymore. We're not going to try to stop it.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Well, let's dive into the earnings chat. I know we got the crew up here now for earnings. It's been a crazy week. Obviously, last week we talked a little bit about NVIDIA earnings, what happened after that. This week we got CrowdStrike tonight, which I think is going to be interesting. Shy, I definitely want to get your thoughts on that. We had NEO and DG this morning, Dollar General. We got AVGO, Lulu, DocuSign later on Thursday. So still a couple big companies reporting this week, but I'm fearful to say that after this week, we really don't have much. Maybe Adobe next week, and after that, it's looking fairly dry until we start up the season again in mid-July. So I'm excited for the convo. Shy, I kind of want to kick it to you and get your thoughts. I know we got CrowdStrike tonight. That's going to be a big dog. I know you're looking at CrowdStrike pretty frequently. We're just drifting at all-time highs right now. So I'm curious on your thoughts there and any other earnings you've been looking at throughout the week, and yeah, just overall thoughts on the market.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jordan. I mean, CrowdStrike's definitely been a high conviction play for me. My thesis originally from a couple years ago, even when I was trading under $100, was they have the makings of becoming the go-to all-in-one cybersecurity platform for enterprise AI, mainly because of the rapid module growth that they experience internally. They don't have to go the Palo Alto route where they have to acquire to maintain their elite status. They can do it in-house, which is huge. That is probably the greatest strength you can have in this agentic AI world we're about to enter, because technology is moving quickly, way quickly than anyone can ever model out. So you have to be able to pivot on the go. And acquiring external assets or companies through M&A, like that's not the quickest way and most efficient way. But if you don't have the ability to organically capitalize on the latest and greatest thing in the cybersecurity space, like that's the only avenue you can go. And fortunate enough for CrowdStrike has that luxury of just organically they can capitalize on the latest and greatest. However, like if you zoom out, I don't love the setup entering today's prints. I mean, it's it's about to hit $500. It's like a couple percentages away, which is wild to say because the outage was 10 months ago. Like when the world stopped working for a couple hours because of that admin related outage that CrowdStrike caused, it literally stopped flights, it stopped everything. And people were claiming, gurus out there were claiming on FinTwit, it was going to zero, it was going to bankrupt, blah, 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 blah. Those people who suggested that, I have a great memory. I don't listen to anything they say anymore because they clearly showed their spades on like how little they knew about what they talk about. And now you see like it hit $200, now it's at close to 500. And I think that it's really important that although the stock price V-shape recovered, their fundamentals are still getting through that outage noise. And because of that, it's going through a pretty big multiple expansion. So right now, I think it's trading at 100 times forward free cash flow multiple, which is egregious. Like it's substantially high. It's at 25 times sales, I think, as well. You can make the caveat fine. It's a one-off because their free cash flow margins went from a consistent 30% to now it's, I think, 25% because of the outage credits it's had to provide in order to minimize their customer churn from that outage. And that's not going to go away anytime soon. That's probably a 2-year window, and we're 1 year since the outage, so we're right in the heart of it. But this is setting like George has done everything perfectly as a leader of CrowdStrike for getting through that outage fiasco. And although they're growing, I think it's low 20s this year and probably low to mid 20s next year. I do think there's going to be a pretty significant reacceleration towards the second half of next year. And the market's a forward looking mechanism. So they are just looking towards, all right, well, this was a black eye. It's clearly not going to be terminal. And you're seeing how much data is about to explode in the agentic AI world we're about to enter. And you're seeing the preliminary signs of that through inference, or you can call it the networking revenue side of NVIDIA's earnings, how the biggest nugget from their earnings last week was that their networking beat by estimates by 40 to 50%, substantially beat. And I think that that hot pocket of the AI theme is just getting started. And what do you have to do when data explodes from inference? You got to protect it. So security is a substantial runway, and it's one of those TAMs that's going to consistently grow. However, CrowdStrike, like the multiples, really expensive, and their net new ARR growth was decelerating. I expect it to also decelerate again. I think it's expected to fall low teens year over year, and that's on top of a really rough second half fiscal year. However, I do think it's really important to caveat that that's not a crisis. It's just they're still getting through the outage noise, and they are still trending in the right direction. The reason I feel that way is because just look at I mentioned the ability to organically grow in house. Like just look at their module adoptions. Like their Flex deal, for example, like it's hitting a $3 billion run rate. So customers on Flex now average, I think it was 9 modules. That's insane. So by modules, I mean products. Like endpoint alone is one module. Identity is a second module. Like these are separate products, and customers on Flex now average 9 of them. That screams to me, holy moly, this is becoming an all-in-one cybersecurity platform. And the reason it's so important that these module adoptions is because customer acquisition costs sink once you've shown the ability to upsell your existing customers on additional modules. That, as well as it creates stickier pricing on your end and a stickier ecosystem where people won't migrate out of it because it's too costly, especially when they're using 9 modules. Like Palo Alto, I think, has 3 or 4. Sentinel-1 maybe has 2. Like having 9 is kind of wild. And that's the Flex side of the deal. I do think they pre-announced a couple weeks ago. I forgot why they did, but so there is not going to be any kind of fireworks this earnings report. I wouldn't be surprised if like the option sellers just are the huge W's today. I don't think it's going to move much. However, I'm hoping that in the absence of any left field type of numbers and narrative, like they do unveil more of what's under the hood, because the ARR deceleration we're seeing right now isn't contraction. Like I do think it's more of a lag between what the architecture of what CrowdStrike is trying to shift away from a product suite to a full scale operating layer. And it's because they're trying to monetize AI agents now. So instead of being seat based or logo based, they're trying to monetize via utilization, and Charlotte is their way of doing that. It's not really a typical AI wrapper. A lot of people say, "Oh, we're capping on AI agents through Copilot or these chat-based summaries or these dashboard insights." Like Charlotte's the real deal. It's an absolute AI agent framework that reasons, investigates, like responds inside of all of these production environments. That's huge, especially in security. So that alone, I think that is really in the early days of monetization. I hope they start calling that out separately in a revenue line, because that is their Trojan horse to kind of go away from the modular pricing tiers that they've been accustomed to in security and more towards the direct monetization roadmap of the agentic AI world that we're about to enter. So I do think that if CrowdStrike starts to map Charlotte into his revenue stack, I do think the narrative starts shifting towards platform primacy, and I do think that's gonna maybe be enough to catch a bid. But also, it's so early, it's so expensive. Like I just don't think there's gonna be any upward surprises because they're still anchored from the outage. I think there's probably one more year of annoyance from the July 19th outage, and then after that, it's finally going to be free to fly. But either way, like they're showing to me that they are the tier one cybersecurity name to own. And whenever we get a black swan macro environment pullback again, use the March and April pullback to kind of really go hard in my new Asia defense bucket. And CrowdStrike is definitely a major component of that. Palantir is a major component of that. Rubrik's a major component of that. No surprise, those 3 names hit an all-time high. Axon is a major component of that. That's also close to an all-time high. If not, maybe it did. I'm not even tracking it as much on the pricing. But either way, like I think CrowdStrike's gonna have a great print. I don't expect fireworks, but I do expect further validation that they're positioning themselves as the cybersecurity operating layer for enterprise AI. And I just hope we get more visibility of different metrics that they haven't really exposed in the past. But I'll pass it back to you, Jordan.
Yeah, some great thoughts, Shy. Sam, I see you have your hand up. You got any thoughts on what Shy was talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I also agree with Shy on a lot of points there. Myself, I've been long CrowdStrike since the 155 areas. Trimmed it pretty heavily and got out luckily before the outage, and then got back in at 277 to reduce the overall cost basis. But overall, I mean, CrowdStrike is a leader when it comes to endpoint security platform. They're the leader along with Microsoft as well. Microsoft obviously has that bundling power, but we saw the news yesterday that CrowdStrike is actually partnered with Microsoft when it comes to unifying the aliases they're using for threats to the country. I mean, they're basically partnering up to defend America. It's not even just defending. It's not even just growing the revenue and attracting other clients in their platform. Like they're literally teaming up to defend the country and defend all the data in this nation by unifying the names of the threats with Microsoft. And I think that's very significant because it just shows that they're not going to create a duopoly or anything, but it's going to show that they're teaming up together, and that Microsoft does recognize them as the leader, and they kind of want to work with them to be able to grow together, but also to continue expanding the TAM of CrowdStrike. I mean, we've seen all of the great side of AI, but we have not seen the bad side come to fruition. And either we haven't seen it because it hasn't happened, or we haven't seen it because it is happening, but it's just not making it to the media. I think a lot of this stuff is actually happening in the background, but we just don't hear about it. But nevertheless, I would say that when CrowdStrike did have that outage, I was a short-term CrowdStrike bear. But at the same time, I didn't think it was going to go to zero. I just think that they're going to get hit and impact when it comes to their earnings, their margins, and so on. And they did, right? But it turned out the market was actually happy that it wasn't as bad as they expected. We saw players like SentinelOne as well as Palo Alto come in, do a lot of talking, saying like, "Hey, we're gonna try to take a lot of clients from CrowdStrike and so on," and it's talking down the competition and so on because that's just a very competitive industry. But they didn't show up, and now you see SentinelOne trading a lot lower than where it was during that CrowdStrike outage because they didn't come through. And Palo Alto, of course, is the leader when it comes to cybersecurity platform that includes network security with Cortex AI, in addition to endpoint security management. But at the same time, Palo Alto has a much wider market, so they're able to keep that leadership, and plus their margins are very profitable as well. But as Shah was saying, CrowdStrike is a lot of organic growth. They have about 40% to 50% of all the cybersecurity clients around the entire world, and they're continuing to grow. And considering all the issues that happen with the outage, like the market just sees it as, well, this isn't as bad as expected, so they're going to continue bidding it up. And then that's why you see other names that are competing against them not really performing on par, like I mentioned with SentinelOne. Now, when it comes to Rubrik is more of data security platform. So we're talking about data backups and basically data recovery and resiliency as well. And I'm really glad that Shai is bullish because that gives me the confirmation bias for this as well. And it was pretty interesting because when this was trading around $30, it was definitely on, both of our radars. I was trying to talk about it a lot as well. And thank goodness, like Shai was very patient to get in as he usually is, because he definitely got in during the that April lows. And it's fantastic to see that it's basically up more than double that amount. And basically, it's more than 3 times the amount of its IPO price. And
It legit has not stopped for 3 months. You look there,
it
Shai. It
hasn't.
just not stopped.
It hasn't. And you're right. This is literally the new age of defense, right? And I was fortunate enough to get into Axon, definitely not as early as Shai got into it, but I was able to get in when it had that big pullback into the 400s. And here we are. And the market gave us the opportunity with App 11 as well. And here's App 11 after that short report from Muddy Waters, which was a pretty decent short report. And look at Tempest AI. I mean, it bounced back pretty heavily after the short report from Spruce Point Capital. And sometimes the market gives you these opportunities, and it really gave everyone an opportunity to get in April. And a lot of people didn't. And that's probably the reason why we're seeing this melt up continue, because there is a lot of undersized capital utilization for a lot of money managers. And what are they going to do when the VIX has a 17 handle on it? They're going to have to be buying. And that's just what's going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to go on forever, but we do have some, I would say pretty up there valuations when it comes to a lot of companies, as Shai was saying with CrowdStrike. And then, of course, there's a lot of value in secondary leaders, like SentinelOne. But at the same time, it's like, and I posted this the other day, do you want to buy the leaders or do you want to buy the runner-ups, which will likely never, ever catch up to the leaders, right? So if we're thinking like a short-term trade, okay, maybe you can get that recovery play from, the secondary leaders and so on. But if you're going to invest long term, I would rather side with the leaders, right? Like there was a point when CrowdStrike and SentinelOne were trading at close to the same valuations around early 2023. And even into July, CrowdStrike gave that opportunity throughout that fall 2023 pullback. And still, Sentinel-1 is trading lower than where it was before, and CrowdStrike is here more than 3 times the price it was then from 150. It just shows you, and even NVIDIA as well versus AMD, it just shows you that leaders will continue to lead. So if you're thinking from a long-term perspective, why would you not want to bet in the leaders? And why would you not want to ride at the secular trends? I mean, that's just from my perspective. Obviously, there's value in the runner-ups, but at the same time, the leaders will just always continue to lead and always continue to innovate. And when the runner-ups actually do catch up, the leaders will still be 10 miles ahead.
Yeah, the leaders are they're leading for a reason, right? Mike, you got any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I thought both of those guys did a great job. I didn't think Crowd was going to recover this fast. I'll be honest with you, I was a little surprised. I would warn one thing that they did pre-announce and pre-warn this quarter, and they need to clarify on that bad reseller they have and see how that affects things going forward. I'm not overly worried, but there is some question about their financials as we go into this quarter. Get a dip is probably viable, but just be aware heading into it, there could be some issues tonight.
Yeah, I agree. Shai, real quick before we pass it around again, I wanna get your thoughts on Rubrik because this is a new one that kind of hit everybody's radar lately, and this thing is absolutely ripping. Do you have any thoughts on Rubrik?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people look. Again, I was one of those people who looked past it during the initial IPO because I was just like, "Ah, it's a cute angle on cybersecurity." I was like, ah, it's nice. I don't think how it's too exciting, but I think it's one of those buckets where if like here for example like one of the themes I'm really bullish on is and clearly inference. Like I think inference is going to explode, and the way I frame it is intelligence AI. The reason AI is scaling so quickly and so effectively, like you hear Jensen talking about it, that AI is scaling quickly and as big as the dot-com internet cloud etc, it's because every tech revolution before AI was purely a product. Cloud was a product. Internet is in a way product. AI is intelligence, and intelligence is scalable across every single industry because you just need intelligence in everything you do, and that's why it's so disruptive. But a lot of people don't really talk about the back end of AI, which is inference, and I do think inference is the tax on intelligence. So not just the cost of deploying all these models that everyone talks about on AI, but it's the cost of using them. And as that usage scales, the tax scales with it. So although the lower per query cost doesn't save you, it does accelerate the demand. So that's why, like when training data in the post DeepSeek revelation got revealed, I was like, oh my god, the inference is going to explode. And I always make the comparison of if this was if AI was gas, like gas became cheaper now, and a lot more people are going to buy cars because it's a lot cheaper to get from point A to point B. Same thing can be referenced in AI. So for Rubrik, like once I saw the signs of inference was really going to blow up and start really aggressively scaling, I was like, Rubrik's gonna have a really important component of that because they bring something that most of like the other security players don't, and that's like what Sam was referencing, the data resilience and security at the infra layer. And inference isn't just gonna be a compute challenge, it's gonna be a data movement and compliance challenge. A lot of people don't really reference the data liquidity challenge. That's gonna kind of not challenge, data liquidity spotlight. That's gonna be a bottleneck in the near term from this inference explosion, but that's exactly why I love Cloudflare. That's why I think Snowflake has a really interesting secondary moat because of that data liquidity I was talking about, where you can sell data to one another. Rubrik is positioning themselves as like this foundational layer for the protecting, recovering, and governing. Governing is a really important component of it, of the AI scale data pipeline. So as inference starts becoming more and more popular, more and more persistence, it's also going to cause infrastructure to become more brittle, not less. And in a world where like I do think that inference is going to become more and more popular and it's always going to be on 24/7, hence why you're seeing these hyperscalers make all these partnerships with these nuclear companies because solar and wind, like it's weather dependent, you can't turn it on 24/7. You're going to need to have things on 24/7 in the future AI world we're about to enter. Same thing goes for inference, where inference is always going to be on. So Rubrik essentially ensures that the data that powers it stays compliant, huge, the governance component, recoverable. CrowdStrike, that was the CrowdStrike demise was a tailwind for Rubrik, and uncorrupted. So I do think that it's almost like the hall monitor for data, if that makes sense, where like people are annoyed, not annoyed with it, but it's there, it's a presence, you need it. But people don't really talk about it as much. But when things go poorly, it's going to be a must and a necessity. So hopefully that answered your question, Jordan.
Yeah, some great thoughts, Shy, and we'll kick it around to Sam real quick. I know you got your hand up, and then we'll get to some other names on the panel as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty important when it comes to Rubrik. Like he was saying, Rubrik did catch a tail when it came to CrowdStrike. When those outages did happen, there were a lot of companies that could not restore their Windows machines because it was still stuck in the kernel state. And the only way to recover from that is to restore the most previous backup. And Rubrik was right there waiting with phenomenal speeds when it comes to restoring a system. They were able to restore the system because they store all of those backups in the cloud. So bringing those back into working state was very quick for them, and they were able to gain a lot of clientele from that. Like like you said, it is basically the hall monitor. They're scanning all of your backups to make sure that they're compliant and resilient. So then that way, when they do restore it, it comes on quickly, and it's also a clean restore as well. So it prevents you from ransomware attacks and so on. There's also another cybersecurity company that's doing really well. It's more of an identity management platform, but this is more privileged access management is CyberArk, and that's a company that I wish I'd gotten into in the past, but I didn't. And that's another one that's a leader in its realm when it comes to identity access management. And its runner-up is Okta. And again, it just shows you that the leaders continue to lead.
100%. Yeah, great thoughts from you, Sam. Hamid, I know we got you on stage now. Real quick for the audience, too. If you guys aren't on Earnings Hub and haven't checked it out, I threw a direct link up top, so you guys can just click that and get clicking around on Earnings Hub. I know we're kind of coming into the end of like all the big earnings, but make sure and prepare for the next earnings season, because this is all what we're using to stay up to date with everything. So that link is directly up top. Make sure you guys are taking advantage of it. But Hamid, I wanted to get you in the conversation, see if you had any thoughts on what was already being spoken about with CrowdStrike and some of the other earnings we got going on. And I know some names in your portfolio are continuing to do really well in this market, so I'd love to hear about those as well.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So, well, first of all, Shai and Sam's commentary are usually spot on. So let me just say that and move on to some other stuff. Robinhood today has been ripping, which has been a big portion of my portfolio. That's been nice to see. Um, I've been actually pretty laid back over the past few weeks. I've been trimming some positions as I had dipped down pretty significantly in my cash when the April lows happened. So I've been sort of actually trimming positions as the stock market has recovered and trying to build cash back up. Because I like to be in the 20-25% cash range, just so that when there are major market corrections, I have an opportunity to take advantage of them. It just creates a safety net from my perspective. Um, and then, as far as Earnings Hub goes, we just released a feature yesterday, which is pretty exciting. If you haven't played around with it yet, you can go create a stock list of stocks that you're watching or stocks that are in your portfolio. And if you add quantities to your watch list, it'll automatically create a heat map and distribution heat map for you that represents your portfolio pretty nicely. It's a really cool, easy, and free way to get a sort of like visual of how your portfolio is doing. And you can like recreate your portfolio by just literally typing all the tickers of your portfolio in there. It takes less than a minute to do. And yeah, we're just continue to make the product more useful even outside of earnings season. So it's a cool way to sort of keep track of your portfolio if you haven't done that yet. So yeah, check that out and feel free to give us or give me feedback. You can DM me directly or message me at Hamid@savvytrader.com. So
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, that's a really awesome feature. I'm definitely going to be playing around with that. I love a good heat map, and to be able to have it with, just all the stocks I'm actually interested in is going to be, that's awesome. And I love that it's just directly on the platform. Don't have to go anywhere else. So great stuff there. Again, that link for Earnings Hub is directly up top for anybody that's looking for it. And you can just DM the Wolf account if you can't find it. DM me earnings, and I'll get you guys the link. But Snipe, I know you got your hand up. You got any thoughts?
Man, I'm on Earnings Hub right now, and as Hamid was literally explaining that, I'm looking at these heat maps. Oh my gosh, dude, this is really cool. This is very exciting. I'm looking
Love
at,
a good heat map, man. I'm a simple guy. I like a clean heat map. It's nice.
imagine that usual heat map that you see on Twitter, and I mean, lots of people are posting that at the close every day. I'm looking at one of those right now with Hims, Palantir, and Kava, and all the names that I like. All just in boxes right now. This is absolutely amazing. And like I feel like I could use this to track sectors better. I feel like I could put all the semis or all of anything I want. I know there's a lot of services out there that do things like that already, but I can manipulate this to however I want, which is really cool. Um, you know,
Well, one of the nice things about that heat map is that each of the boxes is a representation of the percentage of your portfolio that's in that given stock. So if you put in the quantities of each stock that you own, it figures out the values. And, so like if, for example, 30% of your portfolio or is in Robinhood, as mine is, for example, 30% of that heat map will be Robinhood and 20% will be like Rocket Lab in my case or whatever, right? So it's appropriately divided in that way.
Hamid, I'm glad I'm just finding out about this when you're on Spaces, and I'm clicking around on this. I gotta say, amazing job. Who if this was your idea or one of your team's ideas, this is my favorite Earnings Hub update of all time,
Thank,
undoubtedly.
thank you. Appreciate it. We've had that in Savvy Trader for quite some time. It was a teammate's idea. He's our product guy. He's really awesome. But with Savvy Trader, to update your portfolio, you have to put in every single trade, and it uses sort of like it's a more complicated thing to set up your portfolio on Savvy Trader because it's designed for sharing your portfolio. Whereas on Earnings Hub, the goal was just to, quickly be able to like put in the quantities of everything that you own and, recreate your portfolio in less than a minute, basically. So it's a much more simplified version of the portfolio, but the heat map portion is just as powerful.
Sniper, did you have any thoughts on the earnings?
I'm gonna.
CrowdStrike tonight. We had NVIDIA last week. I know we talked a little bit about it last week, but if you have any thoughts on specific earnings, I'd love to hear them.
Yeah. Well, one thing I want to say, I'm not sure which one of those I should touch first. I'm gonna go with NVIDIA first, and then go to CrowdStrike. We'll go with a little bit of chronological order. But Shai was talking over here about 15, 20 minutes ago or so, and he kind of made a great point. And back when the DeepSeek incident came out, and we saw the largest sell-off on any U.S. stock in American history, on NVIDIA. When we saw, I want to say it was, don't quote me on it, but around 300 billion wiped out market cap in a singular day. Shai was basically saying, like, okay, cool, DeepSeek is awesome, and I was very skeptical about it. A lot of people were, but he pretty much reiterated it today. But if the price of gas goes down, that doesn't devalue cars. So that's one thing that I think a lot of people have to consider, and it kind of seems like for Nvidia, the whole DeepSeek situation, it looks like it's behind us. And I'm glad to see kind of, it doesn't look like that's really going to be a threat or a big problem right now. With China making their own AIs and a bunch of other things that are going to be stepping into the space and becoming more competitive. Um, Basically, the point is, I don't think they're going to be 90% more efficient than we are specifically. And, it's cool to see that's kind of all behind us. And, just in the general semiconductor space, when I'm looking at NVIDIA, AVGO, things are looking pretty exciting. I think that NVIDIA is going to have a pretty exciting year, and I'm excited to see what happens when it comes towards looking at Tesla and a lot of these other devices, let's just say, or computers or technologies that are going to be needing these Blackwell chips. I'm pretty excited to see kind of exactly what NVIDIA has to do and what they're really going to expand on this in the AI space. They are in 141 area, which is a little tough here every single time they get up here. But we could see a new all-time high in NVIDIA in the next couple of months. I don't know. especially with this UAE data center project that they're talking about. That's one thing that I'm kind of looking at, and I'm monitoring it relatively closely. But they're supposed to have 1 million H100 GPUs inside of this tower, and to put that into perspective, Grok 3 was made with 100,000 H100 GPUs. So it's literally going to be 10 times as powerful, and it's going to be an entire skyscraper filled with GPUs. So, just doing the math on that, I think it will look amazing and beautiful for NVIDIA. We're talking tens of billions of dollars just in GPU revenue for this one project alone, if it actually comes through. But that's pretty much my thoughts on NVIDIA as a whole right now and everything that I'm looking there. When it comes towards CrowdStrike, I gotta say, this this is what, like, Stock Talk once said to me, or said on the spaces, you can't really own them all. And CrowdStrike is a name that I've always kind of really been curious about. I've kept up with it and watched it very thoroughly for the last couple of years, but I just never really found that entry point. And honestly, like when we did start to see the whole outage go, I think that was a very good opportunity to buy it. And obviously, like looking in hindsight, it's very easy to say it in retrospect. But I would love to have bought some CrowdStrike back in April. I mean, I grabbed a couple, but nothing considerable to really where I would say it's like an actual position. Um, but when I'm just taking a look at CrowdStrike, I think that as a whole and just in general, when I look at this sector in the cybersecurity space, I think that it kind of goes towards war or anything that you really want to look at in human history. Once one side, like, when you have two sides of things, you have your cybersecurities and you have your hackers, and as one continues to advance, the other has to advance twice as quick in order to combat and prevent the other. So, I think another thing that's going to be interesting, especially, and who knows really what this is going to look like in a couple of years from now. But we've seen some deep fake videos through like all over the internet. Kind of as a joke. Like it's an impersonation of somebody, and some really advanced stuff that I mean, honestly, even I myself, or maybe any of you guys listening, could really fall for. So it's going to be really interesting in seeing what technologies they're going to really do going forward to kind of combat some scammers. Once the scammers are really kind of one with AI, which, again, we understand all this stuff is possible, but we really don't know what extent or what really is capable of being produced with this AI when it comes towards malicious intent. But so for when I look at Sentinel One, and CrowdStrike, I think that these names are going to have a constant demand, because for as long as there are bad guys on the internet, which it doesn't look like they're going anywhere anytime soon, there will be a demand for cybersecurity. So, again, that's just fundamentally, I really just like the concept of investing into cybersecurity in general. I gotta say, when I look at one comment I have to say about CrowdStrike as a whole, I think that the Uber Eats $15 Uber Eats gift card to all of their clients for the outage was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was a joke, but I guess it works. I guess when things go down bad, you should just give out some Uber Eats gift cards, and it looks like things. I mean, at least right now, I could be talking completely different in 4 hours from now, but I guess that could be the answer to your problem sometimes. But that's pretty much everything that I got regarding CrowdStrike and NVIDIA earnings, and I'm really looking forward to this after the close. I got some earnings hub data posted on my page right now, but I will be continuing to put out earnings hub data between now and 4 p.m. Regarding the CrowdStrike earnings.
By the
Real,
way,
real,
there was an Elon Musk tweet, kind of breaking ranks with Trump a little bit just a second ago. He's not a fan of the bill, the big beautiful
A
bill.
little bit, Evan. A little
A
bit.
little
I
bit.
mean,
That's
I guess
scorched
that
earth.
was that was yeah, that was pretty scorched earth. Great.
My
Sorry,
first thought was that Elon might have been hacked there. Honestly, when I saw it, that was pretty scorched earth.
No, he started talking out about it a couple days ago. So I just
I
interesting.
was just gonna say it's not new info. I think he said in some interview a couple days ago, so I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, he's definitely doubling down on that. Real quick though, I just want to add on what Snipe was saying. The Uber Eats gift card was poorly handled on the PR front, but it was purely supposed to be for the IT workers helping the clients back up their servers. So like it wasn't for the company itself; it was for those individuals that worked in IT. I just think that was a really bad PR on their end. But and also Mountain Head on the new HBO show that Jesse Armstrong created. creator of Succession. It legit was describing what Snipe was describing, where it was a global AI crisis because nobody can tell what was real, what was AI driven for deepfakes. And you guys should watch it. It could be a potential reality.
You know, Shai, I just want to piggyback off one thing you said right there, but an example of how, that was poorly executed by the PR is, like, I'm a guy who reads about stocks all day, basically every day. And, this is new information to me when you're telling me that that was directly for the IT people. So it was poorly executed completely.
Yeah.
Should have gotten the word out about that one better.
Interesting stuff, guys. I want to get the mic over to Brett as well. Brett, I had the pleasure of being able to meet you out in Bitcoin.
Their own eyes a mentally incompetent president, and they want answers for that, and the president believes they should have.
And something that just crossed Caroline, how mad do you think President Trump is going to be when he finds out that Elon Musk said, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it."
Look, the president on this bill, it doesn't change the president's opinion. This is one big, beautiful bill, and he's sticking to it. Tara.
Thank you. The National Security Council was reorganized, or some staffing changes were made the Friday before Memorial Day. I'm hoping you can explain sort of the new structure, what the structure is of the National Security Council, what the goal is in terms of staffing levels. What is the new National Security Council mode?
Well, as with everything in this White House, it is a top-down approach. The president is here. He is president. He's not an auto pen like the previous president was. He's very much involved in literally every policy discussion and decision that takes place. And we felt it was best to reorganize the National Security Council to respond to that top-down approach that we have here in this White House, and to streamline the efficiency and the effectiveness of the National Security Council. And I would add that Secretary of State Rubio and now National Security Advisor Rubio is doing a tremendous job at leading the National Security Council. He knows the president. He understands where the president is on these issues. He's great to work with here at the White House. I can tell you that. I appreciate seeing him a lot more in the building. And he and the president and the entire National Security Council, who's made up of great patriots who love this country, are doing a tremendous job on the many conflicts around the world that this administration inherited.
Is there a goal staffing level?
I'm sorry?
Is there a goal for the staffing level, the number of people who would be in this national?
Look, we just want the National Security Council to be as efficient as possible, and if staffing needs are necessary, I'm sure Secretary Rubio would not mind hiring people if necessary, but again, we've been working with them day in and day out, and they're chugging along and doing great work. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, if I can. President Trump got involved himself in presidential election in Poland by supporting a conservative candidate who ultimately won.
Yeah.
What does it mean for the future U.S.-Polish relations? What's likely to change?
Well, I believe the president is obviously pleased to see the result of the Polish elections. He met with Karol Nawrocki, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yes, Nawrocki. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your insight on that. He met with him at the White House, and he told him, you're going to win because you support common sense. And he supported strong borders in Poland. He supported an end to the woke, radical DEI stuff that we've seen not just here in the United States, but really take over Europe and, frankly, the whole world. He was very outspoken about that. And I was reading the reports about how the Polish people felt about this man, and they felt like he was putting the needs of Poland first. And that's a very refreshing feeling, one that we know very well here in the United States of America. So, as you know, the United States and Poland have always had a very deep and strong relationship, friendship. They're a great ally, and I know the president continues to look forward to working with them.
We have one more on Ukrainian drone attack on Russia. Was President Trump informed in advance by Ukraine that the attack is coming?
He was not. Carrie.
Caroline, so go back to the issue on the anti-Christian bias as well as the anti-Semitic issues. Senator Grassley just put out a report saying that the FBI files have shown that the Catholic group targeting was way more prevalent within the FBI during the Biden era than was previously shown as far as former FBI
Director Christopher Wray was putting out there during congressional testimony. Can you discuss here what President Trump would like to see in terms of consequences within the FBI as far as those who were involved? Also, the second question, if the DOJ finds that the auto pen was used by President Biden, should those actions that were used with the auto pen, should they be null and void? I'm not going to get ahead of the Department of Justice's investigation into the usage of the auto pen. And again, the question is not, was the auto pen used? It's whether or not the President of the United States knew it was being used, and if not, who was using it in his name, which is clearly illegal behavior.
Yeah. Thanks, Caroline. One on foreign policy, one domestic, if I can.
Sure.
On foreign, just speaking to the President's Truth Social post about Iran recently, saying that there will be no uranium enrichment, is he saying that that's a red line for him or no?
I already answered this question. The President's been very clear about where he stands on that.
Okay, and then on domestic, there's a report that Laura Loomer met with the Vice President today. Can you speak to her relationship with the administration and if she's informally advising in any way?
She is not. I do know she met with the Vice President. As for what was discussed in that meeting, I would defer you to his team.
Thanks, Caroline. I have one question on anti-Semitism, one question on China. So for years, radical leftists and Islamists have been calling for so-called globalize the Intifada. Do you believe this is a call for violence against Jews? And do you think these attacks on Jews around our country is what globalizing the Intifada looks like?
I don't want to see the merits of those claims without looking into them, but as I said, any violence against Jewish Americans will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Absolutely, and also Secretary of State Rubio made an announcement saying he'll be revoking visas of certain Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party. Does that include sons and daughters of politicians, presidents, and chairmen?
Again, Secretary of State has the right to revoke visas, and he made the announcement that the State Department will begin to aggressively revoke those visas of Chinese students who are in our country, namely those with Chinese Communist Party ties, or those who could be a threat to our national security and the interests of the United States. Should both of you, go ahead and then back to you.
Thank you. There are now reports that Israeli forces are firing on Palestinians trying to get aid from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Up to 20 people, according to the Red Cross, have arrived to the hospital that they've set up with gunshot wounds, have died from them. Is this administration aware of these? And I mean, what is being done to address this situation?
The administration is aware of those reports, and we are currently looking into the veracity of them because, unfortunately, unlike some in the media, we don't take the word of Hamas with total truth. We like to look into it when they speak, unlike the BBC, who had multiple headlines. They wrote, Israeli tank kills 26, Israeli tank kills 21, Israeli gunfire kills 31, Red Cross says 21 people were killed in an aid incident, and then, oh wait, they had to correct and take down their entire story, saying we reviewed the footage and couldn't find any evidence of anything. Oh, okay, so we're going to look into reports before we confirm them from this podium or before we take action, and I suggest that journalists who actually care about truth do the same to reduce the amount of misinformation that's going around the globe on this front.
Can you talk about the change in the leadership of the organization? What does that mean going forward, and why so early on is this happening?
What organization?
The Humanitarian Foundation.
Well, look, this was a creative idea that the president called for to get aid into the region. These people were desperate and starving, and the president didn't like the imagery of that, and he wanted to ensure that aid was brought in with the approval of Israel for understandable reasons. We will never forget the brutal attack on October 7th. And again, this is something that the previous administration was unwilling to put the time and effort into doing. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. I want to bring it back to the way you began your briefing, talking about the president's mass deportation program and his priorities. 40% of crop farm workers in the U.S. are undocumented, and that's according to the Agriculture Department. Do they have a carve-out in terms of the president's mass deportation program?
The president and the Trump administration have been very clear. If you are in the country illegally, you are subject to deportation.
Is there any concern that, given that large number, if that number is correct, 40% of crop farm workers being undocumented, that could impact the food supply here in America if those individuals that obviously help pick crops all across the country are deported en masse.
Again, this administration is focused on deporting individuals who are in our country illegally. It's something we have to do. We cannot allow the previous administration's invasion of our country of illegal immigrants to continue. We just can't have it. And this is a law and order president. As for our farmers and their concerns, they have a president who has their backs and
Drone
listens to
stocks
their
are
concerns
pumping.
and hears them. We also have a legal pathway to come to this country. Agricultural work. So there's a legal way to do it, and we encourage that legal pathway, and we're currently working on strengthening our legal immigration system for that reason. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. I just wanted to follow up on your statement last week regarding the mom.
Shout out to Big Kev. UMAC is running. UMAC.
We also.
Bro, that's what these stock are supposed to do that I get in. No, I'm just playing. Like you want to see them, you want to see that momentum keep going, bro. Like kind of like Tango. Remember I said I was gonna grab those calls too with Tango, man. People just overlooked that. You jumped in that. Shout out to you. Yeah, no, UMAC just has a big ass W on the daily, man, that I'm looking at. This one is, starting to approaching overbought, but not there yet. So with UMAC, I just want to see if it go get back up to 750 and break that 750 area and go take 8 out. That's what I'm looking for with UMAC. Also, I grabbed NXE, New Gen. Another uranium play. Grabbed $7 calls for July, and I grabbed the $9 calls for August. Also grabbed some comments for this.
Yeah, I mean $9 call for NXC for November.
Nice. So just kind of giving you a little thing with what I found on NextGen is like their Rook One project in Saskatchewan continues to advance. And that's one of the world's largest undeveloped uranium deposit areas. So that's got to be a little bullish.
Okay, so Trump signs the executive order to double steel aluminum tariffs today. So probably he's...
Oh, that's why CNEX is...
Yeah, CNEX as well, What was the name? CENX order? Yeah.
CNEX.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday up and still keep here, so I don't know.
Red Cat had a massive move.
Oh, yeah.
But it's pulling back a little bit now.
Okay.
Seems to be over.
But you said that Red Cat, Georgie, I heard that tomorrow he will also do some executive order for drone. So I don't know if that is a...
That was probably it then.
I'm not sure if that is a correct rumor or not, but yeah, just I heard it. this UMAC is also a drone play, so it's also backed by Trump family. So.
UMAC is a drone play? Okay.
Yeah, it is. It is backed by Trump.
Yeah.
I think I don't know which one is in the board. I don't know.
Oh, it's still small. I like that. It's got could have some room to run here. They get contracts or whatever.
I mean, look at the daily. Daily is really nice.
Yeah.
It's already breakout from the trend line. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm getting in on this.
Georgia, I
like
brought this up last year around this price.
Yeah.
We kind of rolled it up. I thought you would remember.
No, I never played it, but I'm gonna play it now. I like the way this looks.
So I can say a little about this. So Donald Trump Jr. is the advisory board. So he's in an advisory board, and he has more than 300K shares of the company. And it happened in November 24. So he joined the company. Yeah, I mean after election. So makes sense.
I mean, it's hard to buy something that's up 13.7% in the day, But I think I'm gonna take a starter position on this.
Well, you say that it's hard to buy something that's up 13 point something percent, but it's all relative. Like is it really up 13 something percent of something big, or is it really only up 75 cents?
I can say,
Yeah, if you zoom out, yeah, exactly.
just
It's just psychological, like, oh man, it's up
exactly.
13%. Yeah.
Georgie, like TNGX, it was up 13%. And then Big Kev said that about this, and then I just grabbed shares. And now I am up 24%. So I have like 2/3 of the move, so.
Bro, when the momentum is there, bro, you just ride the momentum train. That's just what I do. Sometimes
CLF is good.
sometimes it
Some
does.
volume.
Sometimes it doesn't work, but more often than not, it works more well than you think it's going to work. If more well is a word, more well, it doesn't even work. Mechanically, that sounds wrong.
I mean, how many of us, we didn't chase Corviv, Like we could chase from 50,
I know.
Because I mean, people say that, okay, I mean, I'm not a chaser, but I mean, you can define the levels, you can define stop loss levels, and that's it. I mean,
Well, the timing was weird too, because a lot of people, that's when people are like, "Oh, the market's going to pull back again," and like people weren't adding new positions, and yeah, it's weird for me.
I started a position in Kratos, but yeah, pretty much everything on that list you shared earlier, the drone
KTOS?
list. Yeah. All those drone companies are up today. So, and this might be like the nuclear thing, right? Where they all kind of ran a little bit before the executive order, and then when he signed it, they just ripped.
CLF getting some volume.
Oh, it already took off. I was looking at that earlier. That thing is fucking nothing but green candles going
Yeah.
straight up.
Just
I
look
looked at
like an
that
Indian
earlier.
cat. Yeah.
I wasn't gonna chase it. Like I was looking to see if it was gonna pull back a little bit, but there was no pullback at all. So apparently, not that long ago, you had. I mean, this is during the press conference briefing. You had some, I don't know, some SPY degens that. I mean, the flow is up top. It's like 594s. Like they were already in the money. I don't know what they're trying to do. These were calls.
Yeah, that's what I bought this morning, the 594s. That was a while ago.
Yeah. No, this is just something that Cheddar Flow had just reported on probably less than half an hour ago. Probably.
Oh, just like someone buying in the money.
That's what it looked like to me. I didn't really just look at it that, I didn't look at it that in depth. When I seen that there were 594s, I didn't think it wasn't worth my time anymore.
Pull up the gamma here. Let's see what's the go. Hey, sorry, could you guys hear that background talking at all?
I got my own background that I listen
No.
to. I
Okay,
didn't
okay,
notice it.
good. Thanks.
Anyway, the market as a whole is getting a pullback. The VIX looks like it's probably try to find a bottom and push higher. I'm looking at the mags. The mags has pulled back from its 53.35 high, down slightly. The Qs are pulling back. SPY's pulling back. NVDA, like I said a long time ago, started to look bearish. Still looking bearish, curling over. Apple pulling back from its 203 70 high. Hood started to pull back. Meta actually doesn't look bearish when everything else is starting to look bearish. Palantir looks like it had a double top and now it's starting to drop. Tesla, after hitting 355 mid, has pulled back significantly, and Google actually kind of looks more bullish than bearish. Microsoft looks more bearish, but I can't say that it's bearish because it's still kind of channeling like it's been doing all day. And IWM is middling, and Dow has started to pull back, as well as Amazon.
I got peak positive on SPY at 600 now, by the way. Most of that is not one or 0 or 1 DT. Most of that's further out, but it's still where peak positive is.
Let me go to the Discord and see what Gex bot is talking about.
All right. I'm gonna trim some of these 595 P's for tomorrow, up 10%.
Nice pullback. Nice.
So Gex bot has peak positive at 59.80. So they continue to raise it up, and oh man, it's just overwhelmingly green on the Gex chart.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. If I just look at the next 30 days, peak positive is 596 SPY. That's 30 minutes ago. So it actually might be lower with this pullback here.
All right, fully out of those 595 P's for tomorrow at 20%. Bing bong.
Boom.
Is that your new catchphrase, Boulder? Bing bong? Where'd you come up with that?
You said 59.80, right, Kev? That's what I got.
Yeah, 59.80. I'm currently posting it in the purple pill and about to put it up top as soon as I post it, so everyone can just look at what I looked at.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Howdy you
Word 'em up.
do?
Look like the market's curling here.
Yeah, it's starting to curl around. You're not wrong. So I just posted the latest GEX reading, the visual, the chart, as well as the readout down at the bottom end. I put it up top where you see major positive at 59.80, major negative at 59.30, and just all the green bars up top and just baby red bars at the bottom.
SPY needs to hold over 593, 595, or it's coming back down to 593.
Oh, stock bully. Okay, what's happening, bro? Tom, what was that you said you were looking at?
What, a minute ago?
Yeah,
Kratos?
KTOS, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
KTOS.
because you
Yeah,
didn't put
for
it,
the bill.
you didn't say the ticker. Everybody might not know what that what stock that is. I'm just
Yeah,
sharing it.
yeah, KTOS. I'm hoping it goes like the nuclear bill, but we'll see.
Yeah, yeah. Kratos is a Butter's favorite. I'm sure he likes that. He's probably already in it as well.
Look at Amazon. It's just tanking here. Also Tesla. Everything. Apple.
Yeah, SPY has to hold over 593.53.
Yeah.
Or it's coming back down to 593.15.
Ah, yeah, man. Everything is pulling back.
Everything. Yep.
Everything is pulling back.
Yeah.
But this could be support right here. It's pulling back to Wednesday. What is that? Wednesday's high.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday high. Also SPY and Qs.
Ah, yeah, indeed.
Also Apple. But the rest, which I have, NVDA and Tesla is still above yesterday high.
No, that's Thursday's high. This is pulling back to Thursday's high
Okay.
for QQQ. Thursday's open, like when it opened, it just tanked on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that area. I have that at 526.82 to 526.50 is support. So this area right here should hold up as
Should hold,
support.
yep. I posted in the comments a watch list that I have for drones. So if anyone interested, you can check it. It's in TradingView watch list.
So QQQ, this level doesn't hold. This is the VWAP. This level doesn't hold. We see a real nice, real deeper pullback. It's kind of looking like this level ain't gonna hold either. Might look for some puts.
Yeah, the 525 puts look pretty nice right now. 0 DTE ones trading for 29 cents, 30 cents. Looks like we'll get a bull flag on those.
Wow. So they think that we don't even go to 525. That is interesting.
So we pulled back on the Iran news that there's going to be an interim deal. Like, I don't understand why we'd pull back on that, but
There we go. There's a nice breakdown. 525s up 30%.
Yeah, man, I was trying to get into motherfuckers, couldn't even get filled. I finally, feel like I'm chasing trying to get filled now.
There it goes. There it goes, guys. Just bought them at 30 about 2 minutes ago. They're trading at 55 cents, 50 cents.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, did. Well, I got a 41-cent fill, so I mean, I'm good. I'm up 24%. That was a nice call.
Let's see if it doubles here, guys. It's gonna break down nice here.
Yeah, we're gonna break down right here and go test Wednesday's high a day. That would be my target. So yeah, these are, even though I think I got a late fill, I think I'll still get 100% on these.
Yeah, next support level 525.84 on the day.
Oh no, I got much lower than that. I'm looking for 524.22 if the VWAP breaks down.
Yeah, these options definitely were mispriced, yeah. So nobody expected downside.
Amazon continues to break down, rolling over. Apple breaking down. Google. Yeah, it's not looking good here. These 525
Yeah.
have room to have a
Go
lot
ahead.
more room on the downside. Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, they got a lot more room. No, you're not wrong. Like I say, I'm looking for 524.22 if this level breaks down, but that's where I'll look to take profit at. But Wednesday's high day for QQQ is actually where I think it wants to go if this level breaks down.
I grabbed Amazon 195 for
Told you guys.
next week put.
Spy under 595.53, and here we go. So
These
if you
were the
grab those
highs.
595 one DTEs with me earlier, then you're still in them. You're getting paid right now.
This may have been the high of the year, guys. That's it. It's all down to.
Oh, I hope so, because I got some puts that's red as a motherfucker right now that I can't wait to wake up for June the 20th.
Are you joking? Or are you being serious?
Who joking?
About this
Hear
being
me.
the high of the year?
It could be. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, man. But
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, like he's just making a claim. I mean, whether it's right or wrong, who gives
No,
a fuck?
I just couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not. I couldn't tell if
yeah,
it was a joke or not.
I don't know, man. It could be. I mean, it looks. I mean, it feels like the market's frothy, but it keeps pumping, right? So you never know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a month ago, everybody was saying it's the end of the world, right? That massive recession and massive, Great Depression. All these, doom and gloom coming out, and we actually got the opposite, right? So the market's designed to take your money. I mean, either way, right? It's designed to take your money. It's designed to do the opposite and rug pull right when you think it's going up, like today, right? With a lot of these names, Hood and Apple.
100%. Like exactly what they'll
Yeah.
do is like, and that's what these spaces are designed for too. These are we're the focus group. We're the sentiment, so they'll gauge the sentiment and see where the majority of the people are, and then they'll fade that.
Yep.
And you're lucky if you're on the right side of the trade. So I don't sit in a lot of those spaces and try to get their opinion on what they think the market is. Like I'm trading this motherfucker every day. I got a pretty good idea of what it looks like. I listen to all the news. So I think my sentiment is just as good as any of these other people who are ex hedge fund holders, whatever. Like, and I'm in here putting my neck on the line every day, calling out good levels and crisp plays. So I mean, to me, there's no reason for me to be in there. I get no alpha from being in any of those spaces. And not saying that those guys don't know what they're talking about, but they just aren't speaking my language.
100%. Yeah.
Hey, where did you see the headline about the executive order for the drones?
I said that I heard the news, not saying that like a rumor, just the rumors.
Okay.
Not a news. I said that.
Okay, so just like Twitter posts or something.
Yeah, exactly.
They're ready to drop it low.
Probably someone wanted to pump his bag, Anyway, but at least looks okay. Some of the drone name, yeah. So
Yeah, I'm seeing some news that, they're going to do a ban on drones from China, but it's
yeah,
not
that's
clear
what I
what
also. Yeah.
the date is. So
Okay.
it said as soon as next week, but this was a long time ago, so
Next week. Okay. I mean, today he will sign this executive order for aluminum and steel, yeah? So probably he says something. We can just see. I think we can go test 524, yeah? The trend line on 5-minute chart I have. SPY, NVDA, and Tesla, they try to keep the VWAP from yesterday.
Grab SPY 600 calls for Friday.
Yeah, Tesla's reversing, NVIDIA's reversing, guys. The thing is that theta decay is brutal on these 0 DTE, so just be careful, right?
CLF again is up. CLF up 5%. From 672 is now 556. I think if the headline comes that he signs the executive order, probably the algos will pick up the headlines and pump this CLF and Nucor.
I bet some of these algos don't even wait for the headline. They have just some way to get that information before it gets filtered through the news, you know?
Yep.
Trim these SPY 600 calls for Friday up 15%.
This pullback is getting faded. Just go to the 15-minute here.
What do you mean the pullback is getting faded? Like, you mean you're bullish?
I'm looking at short time frame here. Just the last 4 minutes have been a lot of bullish action. But if I go look at the 15-minute, it doesn't, you know, it still looks bearish.
I mean, QQQ closed right on that Thursday level, and the VWAP closed right on it.
Yep.
On 5-minute chart, now on Qs, I have 527.20 as resistance. It's created an FEG level here.
I don't know. I guess they could bounce it, but I don't know. I don't think so.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you say, "Can you guys hear?" If
Yes.
you were talking before that, I didn't hear any of that.
No, I was saying I grabbed those 600 calls for Friday.
What, just now?
Yeah, I guess you guys couldn't hear me. I grabbed it. I trimmed it already up 15% on those. I'm in runners now.
If you're talking about the 600 calls that you got in a half hour ago or 20 minutes ago, whenever that was, like not like 20 seconds ago, then yeah, we heard that.
No. Just now. Like literally maybe 5 minutes ago. When it came down to
5 minutes
Yeah,
ago,
we
like
heard that.
10 minutes ago, I heard you trim. Yeah, but I'm thinking you took a new position.
No.
Okay, now we created a Fiji and 526.50 on Qs, so we need huge volume to break it down, otherwise they go up.
Big Kev, did you take the Warby Parker short?
Why do you short Warby Parker? What's the issue with you?
No, he asked earlier if it was a short up here. I told him he could short it back down to at least 20.
Okay.
2093.
Yeah, makes sense. For scalping, yeah. But it has room to upside, yeah. So.
Yeah. Yep. I'm still in those December calls.
Okay.
UMAC up 2.4% from where I just bought it. Nice.
Let's go.
Are we just resuming? I don't know the hell that drop was about. It was like news, like Financial Juice is trying to say it was, well, a hint at that it was caused by this Iran thing, but I don't know why that would be bearish. I'm confused.
I think they didn't just want to go that much high,
Yeah, I think it's just a little profit taking.
Yep.
Just repositioning, taking profits.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. So as I said, I expect here now resistance until 527.64. Let's see. If not, then we go.
So real
again.
quick.
Sure.
Citigroup, Citigroup, ticker C. They just, man, this is crazy. I mean, they must be finna keep that in the bill. Okay, so it's scrapping their 2018 policy restricting services to clients, to retail clients selling firearms.
If you took those 600 calls for Friday, you could trim here. They're up 20%. I'm gonna hold it for a little bit longer.
Bro, this looks strong.
So the Qs are skewed by Microsoft, Apple and Microsoft, right, in that order. Apple and Microsoft, and they're both pumping right now back.
Apple, Microsoft, NVDA.
Yeah. So you see, I think we may try to test the high today again on the Qs. We'll see.
We got nothing. The Fed speaker is at 3:30, so wow, watch out for that. These Fed speakers. Fed Logan.
How many they talk today? Like this is the fourth, yeah. I mean, like
I'm seeing at least 3. Let me see.
because
Yeah,
there was also one in the morning. Yeah.
Was there one in the morning? There's Goolsby who spoke, and then Cook.
Okay.
Oh, SEC Chair Atkins testified at 10. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, those 525 puts got slammed right back down to 10 cents here.
Yeah, I got slaughtered.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 1 point down, so nobody expected that we tank here, yeah. So that was the reason that they were cheap. But as I said, yeah, here I expect some resistance at these levels.
Well, it may be a good time to buy them back again, right? I mean, with this whipsaw action, right? We still have a lot of time, guys, an hour and a half, right? So.
Exactly. So here, 527.70 is my last resistance here. If we break it, then we go up. But let's see.
Hey, was that Stock Bully speaking? My spaces was messed up. Pink Panther?
Yeah, that's me here, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, sometimes you don't see who is a listener, who is a speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming up and revealing yourself. I seen that you were posting down there in the purple pill, so it's definitely refreshing to put a voice to it.
Yeah, no problem, man. I like listening to you guys. You guys are doing a great, very insightful here. So it's great to to have you guys on here.
I look at UMAC. I grabbed August $10 call, and they are now 36%. So I think this seems to move.
Yeah, man, it looked like it bottomed out.
Yep, definitely. In UMAC, if we break 750, then I think we can go to this FVG, which I have like 10 to 11. So let's see.
Is there any news, or is there any reason why this one's breaking out, or is this you guys are just looking at the charts here, the volume and the price? And
Volume and price. That's all there is, baby.
okay,
Time.
okay. Yeah, it looks like if you look at I mean, you guys aren't looking at this closely if you have a position, right? But yeah, this thing could go back all the way up to, I see resistance around 1075 or so.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Hopefully go up higher, right? Yeah.
All right, I'm out of the rest of these 600.
Okay, we rejected as expected, but again we created another level, FVG level. So let's see. Now as a support, which is 526.96, and then 526.53. So
Man, if these 525s go back to 50 cents, man, they were just at 10 cents. My God, that's ridiculous.
yeah. But still, they are, if it was a normal day, they should be more expensive. Yeah, I mean, like just 2 points away from now. So definitely, they are not expecting to go there.
Well, they're at 15 cents now, so they were at 10 cents or 9 cents just a few minutes ago. That's the name of the game here, though, right? But
Yeah.
the thing is, yeah, we only have an hour and 20 minutes left, so.
Also, volume is tanking, so we need more volume here. So.
Yeah, I'm getting a sell signal on Boeing, BA.
Yeah. You see now this 526.97, yeah, acts as small support. So we need more volume to break down.
Sentinel-1 up 4% today.
Oh man.
Yeah, man, I saw that earlier, man. I was like, ain't this a bitch? Man, I was looking right at this and said this was looking interesting and looked out. I looked away, started looking at other shit. I mean, everything else I looked at was pretty good too. So, but then I look back at that, I'm like, mother, father.
No, right?
Big Cap, do you believe on upside for S?
I'm not looking at it right now, and probably not gonna look at it right now, so I can't give you that answer right now.
Okay, all good.
Yeah, bro, I think it has upside. It's back over VWAP too. 1 hour chart looks good. 30-minute chart looks good. It's getting
Big
some
ass
volume.
gap to be filled.
Yep. LNG, another okay day today. Cheniere LNG.
I think I'm gonna get back in OUST if it pulls back. I sold all my calls today, Kev, for $1.15.
I just got like 2 contracts that are running by themselves.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that was good. That was 150% profit on those. It's nice.
Yes, sir.
Big Kev, look at N Power, NPWR. It's up 21% now.
Yeah, I take your word on it. It's too late for me to even, try to do anything with that. It's up 21%.
Yeah, I am on shares and calls on NPW.
So is this market finna push higher? We going back higher?
That's a good question.
What do the birds say, man? Are they tripping up or down? What position are they? I hear some birds in the background. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're going up. Yeah, I think we go up.
Ask the bird outside. Hey, listen.
We've spent
I want to
3
retire
weeks.
this year. I want to retire this year. Well, what do I do? Yeah.
We've spent 3 weeks consolidating, and it looks like we're trying to break out. So you don't know. News could change anything, but like all things equal, probably higher.
Who would have thought, right? I mean, a month ago or 6 weeks ago, right? It's insane, man. This is insane.
I think this Google is a Jinx Max 7 stock. I mean, You don't know. You should play long, short. I mean, suddenly comes the news, to the downside and then upside. It's just
There's so much going on in that company, like AI,
yeah,
search,
yeah,
YouTube.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
Waymo, right? They have the self-driving,
yeah,
yeah.
which
exactly.
would
Also
nobody. I
Waymo.
mean, people talk about it, but not as much as they deserve, right? To be honest,
Yeah.
everybody's talking about the robo taxi, Tesla. When is that event, by the way, with Tesla? Is that coming up in the next week or so?
12th, the 12th.
12th, okay.
If Spike could get
We'll
over
Now
see.
we are pushing.
596, if Spike could get over
Yeah, we are
596.42, it
pushing.
should push. Yeah, should go back to higher day.
Let's
I
see.
don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks strong, but yeah. Yeah, this one push higher.
Do you guys watch Archer or Joby? Any one of those plays?
Yeah, I was looking at Joby earlier, just was looking
Okay.
bearish, so I didn't take a position.
Okay. Yeah, Joby had some news earlier today. I think it pumped and then it retraced. Yeah, it's down again. Those are supposedly the next potentially they could be bought out by Tesla or potential big movers, right? Depending on how their
Like
business goes. But
Tesla
Oh,
flying
for
car.
sure.
Holy shit!
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I don't think that Elon Musk buy anything. He is the guy that want to build himself. So
yeah, he would
Yeah,
make it himself probably. Yeah,
yeah. He
you're
would
right about
poach
that.
all their employees, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah, he's not a guy who like
he doesn't
acquisition.
exactly. Yeah, he does organic growth, right? Yeah.
Mm. Actually, it was interesting for him because I think last year or 2 years ago, he acquired a startup, a German startup, for wireless charging, and probably he will use that for robot cyber cabs, So
Hey Tom, you
robot,
there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm
but
here.
yeah,
Hey, your MP materials looks good today, bro. Up 7%, 7.5.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean there wasn't really any news about the whole like minerals thing, so I think it was just technical that it sold off on Monday. Should have bought the dip.
Yeah,
I don't know. Price action is king, so maybe whatever, it just keeps selling off.
it's like peak positive on SPX came down to 59.60. It's back up at 59.75. Which is where SPX is currently.
yeah. Spy's just hanging out at that level. I told you guys it needs to get over 596.42. It's just hugging that level. So if it gets over that, I think we go back to higher day. Could probably even push higher.
So for earnings today, it looks like we have Crowd and HP are the ones that are kind of the two big ones, I guess, right? I don't see anything else really interesting there. The CrowdStrike. Are you guys going to play the earnings on CrowdStrike? Buy some 500 calls?
Oh, sir.
No earnings plays? Okay.
No, I'm not playing CrowdStrike.
Not for me.
I think Tom is playing CrowdStrike. You're playing CrowdStrike, right, Tom?
No, I'm not playing CrowdStrike. I just picked it for the
Okay,
competition.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
How are you playing that one? You long or short, or how do you see that?
Not playing it.
Okay.
Not yeah. We're doing like a stock competition where we like pick 3 stocks every week. So I picked it for that, but I'm not playing it. The IB is too high. I play options, so I'm not gonna. I mean, the company it's a great company, and you know they're really dominant and whatever, but they could just burn the options. So yeah, not playing.
Yeah, so it sounds like a smart play. Yeah, it's a little bit risky, right? It's already had its run, right, from 300 to 500 essentially. Yeah. It's up
I mean,
another
if you
percent.
want,
Yeah.
if you want one which is moving, is ASAN,
Well,
ASAN.
that's the earnings today too. I saw that earlier. I didn't mention it because I've never heard of that company. So.
Yeah, and this one goes like crazy, 10% down, 10% up, or even more. So, if someone want to gamble, he can.
Yeah.
She can do that.
Yeah, I've never heard of this company in my life. Yeah, so.
I like Net Cloudflare. I like Net as a proxy for CrowdStrike's earnings. So like CrowdStrike has a good report. I think Net could do really well tomorrow.
Yeah, but look at the charts. My God, this thing is all-time highs again, right? Or not all-time highs, but the yearly highs, right?
Oh, it's close,
NET. Yeah, NET.
Yeah, I think it's a common mistake though to think that just because something is up a lot, like it's not going to go up more, you know?
No, for sure. I mean, you look at all of those in that ecosystem, right? Fortinet, FTNT, right? That's another one I've been looking at. Palo Alto Networks, PANW. All the
Yeah.
cybersecurity companies have done really well.
Do you like Rubrik?
So real quick, I still got an all red. I still got a red MACD on the 15. I'm not talking about QQQ. Potential H pattern forming. Yeah, I think this is gonna go back down.
I agree. For me, it's still in the FVG level that I have. So.
Yeah, see, I'm too busy looking at all kind of other shit. That short, I should have caught that short. And when I sit back and look at it in retrospect,
Which short?
when the market just dumped about an hour ago.
Yeah.
I think one of my biggest focuses is gonna be Venture Global though, VG. That one looks really good for continuation.
Yep, it is now above VWAP from IPO, so.
Yeah, I grabbed those $20 calls in that, Tom.
Yeah, it feels like every little dip gets spot up, right? It's quite incredible, right? And I'm just thinking, what's the catalyst to bring this market down? Everybody's just waiting for it to come down, and it's not happening, guys, right? It's just not. Economic numbers are good, right? Unemployment is down. We just came out with some good numbers today, right? Inflation is down. This market does not want to roll over, at least yet, right?
Hey Tom, look at CoreWeave, CRWV. Look at the
No,
140
stop.
call.
No, stop.
No,
I'm not gonna look at it.
listen,
It's at 200
listen.
yet or no?
Look,
It's at 200.
look. No,
The,
look at
if
look
you
at
if
the.
you no, if you talk to me about CoreWeave before it hits 250, I'm just gonna ignore you. Fuck you.
Wait,
150. Fuck
wait.
this stupid
You said
shit.
250 on
Yeah,
CoreWeave?
250. Yeah, they're gonna send it.
It will go to 1,000. It will play
Okay.
Okay,
SMCI
I don't think
in 1 minute.
1,000. I don't think 1,000, but 250, I think.
Yeah, but nobody also expected that SMCI goes to 1,000. Yeah, so
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
make
but
DME
SMCI
guys speak,
started at
man.
like in the hundreds, so it's a little different with SMCI.
I'm gonna short CoreWeave. That's all I was telling you.
Buy some.
You're
OG,
gonna
you
Yeah, go
still
short
here?
sell.
it. You're gonna short it.
no,
OG,
no,
are
no.
you
Sell
still
Some
calls.
here?
balls. You're gonna be like Spider-Man in front of the.
OG, are you still here? Since people hear me talking and they still want to talk over me, I'll just mute everybody. Guess she's not still here.
We couldn't hear you talking though. I didn't. Did anyone else hear Kev talking? I couldn't hear him.
Oh, I didn't hear you either, Kev.
That's why I muted it so everyone could hear me. But the person specifically that I was asking for, I needed to hear me.
And I just wanted to say, Tom, if you go to SMCI, May 23, it was only $10. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, you're right, $100. Yeah, but in October 22, starting the AI run, it was like 50. Yeah, so I see similarities, but I don't know. Maybe.
So the CoreWeave, the 150 calls today that expire this week are up 1,400% today.
Wow.
Yeah, they were trading at like 50 cents, and they're at now $7.50 or whatever. It may be a good time to sell some naked calls on those bad boys, man. Do we really see CoreWeave going up more? Maybe. If you can hold the, handle the pain if it goes to 200, right? But this thing will eventually retrace a little bit, right?
Yeah, I'm shorting it for this week. I'm
Yeah.
already in. So
Sell the 150 calls at 750. I think you'll do okay, man.
I don't know. I see that they buy 170 calls here on CoreWeave. So
I'm in the camp of like short the weak stocks, don't short the strong stocks. Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
Okay, now we are pushing on the queues. Still not above my level, but now the volume is much better.
Yeah, I remember the guy who shorted Carvana at $3.50, CVNA, a couple years back.
Yeah.
Who was that?
I think he jumped off a bridge, to be honest, because I haven't heard back from the guy.
Yeah.
Carvana at $3.39, guys.
My brother urged me to buy Carvana at that price, and I said, no, this one go bankrupt.
Yeah, that's when there were all those rumors like, oh, it's a criminal enterprise. Like these guys
Yeah,
are gangsters.
It
exactly.
actually
Look at the books.
it actually is. But yeah, I mean the stock price.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I
But
wouldn't know if they
yeah,
are.
but still people say that the business model is not nice, and they still say that so it's not good. But this keep going up.
Yeah, criminal enterprises make some of the best, you know, trades.
All right, power hour, guys. We got one more hour of
No,
trading.
okay, it break my level, so I think let's see. I think we should go higher if there is no rock here. Should push here. That is funny. That was all thing that the Bears could do. Push it to 525 something.
Yeah, Hood's pumping back over 72. I think we see
Let's
75.
go.
Yeah, 75.80 is coming up on this one though.
Yep.
Not
Let's
today, not
go.
today, but
No. It's again back to my level. So let's see. Still, my FBG is not closed. So should wait.
Home Depot.
They need to close above 5 to 27, 50, 70. Otherwise, they're just ranging. How is MACD? Okay. Yeah, MACD RSI looks good. So but we talked about Carvana. That stock gave me, the best options that I could play. I was always playing the last strike in the chain. And it was like 1,000 to 2,000%. Return. So
wow.
I have not.
Congratulations. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's great.
haven't. Yeah, I think because it has high beta. And then the moves there like after earnings. Like crazy. Yeah,
Yeah. As
100,
long as it keeps on
50.
going up, yeah, for sure. Or you do call spreads depending on what you do, yeah.
Yep. No naked calls.
Okay.
I bought it like very cheap, like less than a buck, per contract, and then yeah.
Yeah, that's how you want to play it, man. If you can do that consistently. That's the key. The word is consistent, right?
Yep. Yeah, Qs, you see that they're still rejecting this 527.70. They need to close above it, otherwise they're just chopping or we're going down. I posted this FVG that I have on chat, so you can see that.
Just based on the previous two 15-minute candle closes, it would imply that the market is going to go up. However, I still have a red MACD, so it's not ready to go up yet.
Something happened with Palantir, man. I don't know what's going on with that one.
What the volume being increasing and it's
Yeah.
bouncing.
Yeah, that thing is a crazy one, man.
But it's doing every day. Every day it's just dump and then it pumps, you know, like
it's a schizophrenic activity.
Past few days is like that.
Yeah, I sold some calls against my holdings of Palantir. I can't believe it. I sold the June 2025 $15 strike price calls. Like 2 years ago at like $5. They're trading at $119 now. So I'm going to get some shares called away at $15 for Palantir. It's crazy, man.
Great job.
Not really, because I left a lot of money on the table, man. The calls went from 5 to 120. Yeah.
Hood is back above 72. So I think another one which has room to go higher is UPST. It's 4% up today, but I think it has room to go up. On daily chart, I see inverse head and shoulder as well. If we break 55, then we can easily push to 70, 80.
Oh, Upstart? Yeah, that's a crazy one too. Yeah, Upstart. All the fintechs, right? So Upstart, SoFi, Lending Club, Lemonade, right? SOFI,
After
LMND, yeah. NU, right, is another one. New Bank.
Okay, for Upstart, I see $55 call for June 20, and then 77.5 call for October 17.
All right, guys, let's just look at some earnings plays here. Sorry that I missed the power hour market. But nonetheless, the market stayed very, very strong. Small dip into the end, but nevertheless, we have broken out on some larger time frames. Specifically, the hourly chart has given us that breakout signal. Obviously, we're looking for more confirmation on the daily chart. Very, very strong session, though, for the bulls and for us, being very, very bullish on the tape. Let's see if some of these earnings plays can give us a continuation momentum to the upside. CrowdStrike is slowly starting to perk up here after the hours. Trading at almost 493. Strike is out. Total revenue. They missed on earnings. Let's see their reaction right now. So CrowdStrike, big dump to the downside, down about 3.5%. They missed on revenue. Obviously, this was a stock that was just flying into its upside momentum. There's a bit of a long level around that 402, 403 pivot. $1 billion buyback. $460, so we're down about $28 in the after hours. We are hitting some minor support here. There's a little bit of a pivot zone at 455 here on CrowdStrike. Let's see if it catches a bid. If you miss that area, then we could be heading down to about 400 on the chart. There's also a gap fill on the weekly chart that I would love to potentially buy into. But keep CrowdStrike on watch for a day trade tomorrow. Definitely CrowdStrike for a day trade tomorrow if we keep this volatility. Other than that, that's pretty much a wrap on the session. Congrats if you made money with us today. Sorry, surfers, that I was a little bit delayed, but still coming down here, 456, dropping pretty sharply. I'm going to look at a scalp long around 446. Simply put, it's just this Fibonacci retrace. 236, it's an aggressive. You have the pierce of the daily 20 moving average off of that level, as well as these multi-pivot highs. So it's an aggressive trade, but it is potentially a scalp long level. So I'm just going in with common shares here. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pop here. Come on. Give us the dip, crowd. Give us the dip. Keep it coming. Nice little oversold condition on the 15 hourly chart. But you see on the daily chart, we've got a multi-confluence of factors here. We got that 20-day moving average in blue. We got a nice 236 Fibonacci zone. We got a multi-pivot of support. You should sweep this liquidity high here on CRWD. Give it to us. Keep going. All right, CrowdStrike getting a little bit of a bid here. It's almost there. A few more percentage points. I'd look for a little bit of a long. It's about another 2.5% down. All right. If it bounces too much here, then the trade is off the table and I'm probably going to end the stream. All right, guys, CrowdStrike's off the table for me. It's getting a little bit of a bid here, so I'm going to wrap things up here. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you definitely tomorrow morning, pre-market prep around 8:45 a.m. I'll be hopping on the mic, so definitely tune in. And hopefully we can get a nice continuation rally tomorrow. It would be nice to see a daily chart follow through. I think that if we get a gap up or a rally tomorrow, there is an opportunity to also short the market at some point. There should be a large amount of profit taking if we get a follow through day tomorrow. On that note, thank you all for tuning in and stay tuned for a little bit of a market analysis update as we progress in the daily chart price action.